Also, Garrett Smith, the current series points leader. Justin Ratliff in the number 16. He'll be another driver, and also another driver who has been very hot as of late, especially last weekend, picking up the sweep and breaking out the broom in the great state of Maryland with the American All-Star Series. Jeremy Steele out of York, South Carolina. Kyle Strickler, the high side tickler. Of course, Logan Wall signing in, pulling double duty here tonight, also running the Super Lake Model and the Crate Lake Model portion of this evening's event. $18 drivers signed in and on the property here this evening here at Ponderosa Speedway. Called the baddest bull ring in the state of Kentucky. As those drivers are making their final adjustments, Super Lake Models, you're going to be up first for hot laps, followed by open wheel modifieds. Remember to get you something good to eat down in the concession stand. Still got some room here in the grandstands. Of course, FloRacing in the house, going to be covering things here this evening, along with, of course, the folks there with Amazon Prime as well. So two great ways to watch tonight's event. Schaefer's Oil Super Lake Model drivers, Schaefer's Oil Spring National Super Lake Model competitors, make your way to the staging area, please. Of course, I want to thank the folks at My Race Pass, sponsoring, of course, our hot laps here and every single weekend for the spring and summer tour. As we get ready to roll these drivers out onto the Speedway, this first group of competitors, I want to thank some of our great marketing partners, of course, Schaefer Specialized Lubricants, Sunoco, Fueling the Series, Easy Go, Coltman Farms Racing, and of course, I want to thank American Racer and American Racer South, also Dirt on Dirt, Velocita, and Knowles Racing Parts and Bodies as well, along with Vic Hill Engines, Vic Hill Racing Engines. Some of our marketing partners as the drivers now start to circulate around the Ponderosa Speedway. Don't forget about those half and half tickets making their way through the grandstand. Bigfoot Enterprises on the Masterbuilt chassis for the 126. The driver out of Rogersville, Tennessee, it's going to be Cade Loudy. He'll work down into turn number 1. Current series points leader in the number 10 machine, Atlanta Paving and Grading in the Longhorn chassis. It's going to be the Georgia native out of Madison, Georgia. It will be Garrett Smith, a former dirt track world champion in the 10 machine, and also our defending and reigning Schaefer's Oil Spring National title holder. Behind him, the driver out of Tennessee in the number 12 machine, it is going to be the driver of Jack Franklin as he'll work down the front straightaway. Michael Chilton in the 11 machine. He'll work down the front straightaway. He'll be a driver to watch. Of course, a multi-time winner up here at Ponderosa. And, of course, also a winner with, of course, the Valvoline American Lake Model Tour. Good to see Spanky in the house here tonight, as they continue now to circulate around the Speedway. Also out on the racing surface, it's going to be the driver out of Science Hill, Kentucky in the number 7 machine. It's going to be Jimmy Smith. He'll be pulling double duty, I believe, here tonight as well, as we'll get these drivers ready to go, checking them out on the race receiver up here with race control. Getting a lap or two kind of to feel things out. Field now going to see the green flag in the air. Penske Racing Shocks Masterbuilt chassis. Bigfoot Enterprises there on the 126 machine. Cade Loudy, he'll get back off the throttle. And now everybody got to pick up the pace. It should get spread out enough to turn things loose. Green flag in the air. Fox Racing Shocks on that 11 machine. Michael Chilton. Chilton's going to work to the middle, and we've got a problem for the 7 machine of Smith. He'll dive and take the Longhorn chassis down into the infield. Not a good start. 2 hot laps there for the driver, Jimmy Smith. Field continuing to circulate, work around the Speedway. The 126 machine working the middle groove. A couple of drivers already trying to migrate towards the middle to the top of the Speedway. See it, of course, trying to work in that groove later on in the night. Of course, my race pass, Fantasy Racing, as we see the checkered flag. Cade Loudy in the 126 machine with a 13.164 goes to the top of the board. Michael Chilton with a 13.238. Garrett Smith going to be third quick out of this first group of drivers. 18 MV suspensions on that 126 machine as well. That Masterbuilt chassis going to take the right-hand turn back into the pit area. Garrett Smith looking to do the same. Also Jack Franklin there in the 12 machine. And we'll roll this second group of drivers now out onto the Speedway. It is going to be the 79 machine, the Billy Hicks Motorsports entry. Clements Power Plant underneath the hood. H&H Auto Cell Sunoco Racing Fuel Longhorn chassis for the driver out of York, South Carolina, the young star Jeremy Steele in the number 79. Working down the front straightaway in the number 57 machine, it is going to be the driver here into the great state of Kentucky, one of the hometown favorites. It's Cameron Marlar. Dustin Linville. Renegade Racing Fuel Thunder Mountain Speedway over in Corbin, Kentucky on the side of that number 35 machine for the Rooster, Dustin Linville. Also out on the Speedway, going to be the Arizona native of Jake O'Neill. And Cameron Marlar coming to a stop over in 3 and 4, showing the officials some debris. They're exiting the corner. They'll pick that up before we turn them loose. Cameron Marlar there, that Infinity by Wells Curl Properties, Delk Equipment Sales on that entry. Also, should be a Clements Power Plant underneath that 57 machine there for Cameron Marlar. Jake Neal in that 0 machine, of course, trying to make some of the shows at the Gauntlet down at Bulls Gap. Unfortunately, we see the 7 machine of Smith on the hook already before we can really get into the meat of tonight's racing program on this second group of hot laps. Dustin Linville in the 35 machine going to work down the front straightaway. Field getting the word the racetrack is clear. We're going to bring them to life off of turn number 3 and 4 with a number 35 machine of Dustin Linville. The Rooster going to bring them to the green. Linville in the 35. Oh, Jake O'Neill hard into the wall, down into 1 and 2 off the exit. And he will draw the caution flag. A little bit of a brush with the wall. He'll start to roll away from the scene in that 0 machine. So debris being picked up on the Speedway. Coming back to the green there on the 35 machine once again of Dustin Linville. He'll hit the loud pedal and pick things back up down into turn number 1 and 2. Linville going to work down the back straight. We're going to slide it off down into turn number 3 and 4. White flag in the air. The second group of drivers, of course, My Race Pass Fantasy Racing. Join us today and pick you out a driver for that fantasy league action. Still Cade Lowney at the top of the board. Dustin Linville fastest out of that group with Jeremy Steele out there with him as well. Going to let these drivers make their way back into the pit area, and we'll roll. This should be the third group out onto the Speedway. The high side tickler, Kyle Strickler. Strickler now going to work down the back straightaway into that 8 machine, one of the favorites coming into tonight. Another favorite in the number 16 machine going to be Justin Ratliff in that second car, working into turn number 3 and 4. Behind them, of course, the number 57, the Nichols Plumbing entry for the driver out of Emery, South Carolina. They call him Kid Quick. Zach Mitchell, Bill Steen Racing Shocks also on that entry. And behind him, the driver, of course, this is his home racetrack in the number 14 out of Junction City, Kentucky. It's going to be Logan Walls. Clay Hood, Tap 3 also on that entry there in the Longhorn for Mitchell as he comes by. 14 of Walls, going to be pulling that double duty. A couple of drivers running, of course, their crate car and also their supercar here tonight. And on the front straightaway in the 157 machine, it's going to be the Longhorn chassis underneath the former World of Outlaws champion in Mike Marler, the Winfield Warrior out of Winfield, Tennessee. Winfield, Tennessee, right over the state line. literally on the border between Tennessee and Kentucky. We're going to bring them to life now as the field continues to work around Ponderosa. A little bit choppy on the top. The fluff is definitely in play here early on in this hot lap session. Mitchell going to work down the back straightaway. You're always turning here at Ponderosa. You may get a few milliseconds to get that stern wheel straight before you're back turning left again. Logan Walls up on the top side. Mike Marler going to see the white flag, Delco Equipment in the Longhorn chassis. VP Racing Fuels on that entry. Kyle Strickler, they call him the high side tickler, but he is not ventured up to the high side quite yet here in this hot lap session. Checkered flag in the air. Marler going to back off of it, coming there to the checkers. Zach Mitchell, of course, going to let it eat all the way to the top of turn number 1 and 2 before he gets on the binders on the cool down lap. Zach Mitchell at the top of the board with a 12.688. Mike Marler with a 12.888. Justin Ratliff, Kyle Strickler, Cade Loudy, your top 5 drivers so far. We're going to roll what should be the last set of competitors out onto the Speedway. We will, of course, have heat race action here this evening, paying $300 in each heat race. That will set our 18-car field. Of course, qualifying going to be coming up here later on in the program. Speaking of the program, we, of course, need open wheel modifieds and crate late model drivers to staging. Working down into turn number 1 and 2. It is going to be the driver there in the 12 machine of Jason Jamison. Jamison, of course, going to be one of your favorites to watch here tonight. Coleman Farms, VP Racing Fuels on the side of that double nickel chassis there as he works by 4. Benji Hicks out of Mount Airy, North Carolina. Be like Biff on the back of the spoiler there for the driver. Vance Tire and Automotive in the number 95 machine, making his first ever trip to Kentucky. It is Alex Vance. Field going to pick up the pace. David Webb in the 13 machine. Green flag in the air. Webb going to send it all the way up into the wall almost in turn 1 and 2. Talk about ripping the lip. He took it all the way to the top there. Alex Vance. Talking to him on the way up here across the mountain into Tennessee. He's one of those drivers that loves to get all the way up to the edge. He has been known to take a deck out or two. Trying to work that wall on that number 95 machine. We'll see the white flag there in the air. Jason Jamison still at the top of this group with that 13.129 for Jamison. Alex Vance coming by there in the 95 machine. David Webb. Jamison back to the line, and he'll move up to third quick on that final lap of the 13.070 for Jason Jamison. A driver out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, right across the Kentucky state line. Open wheel modifieds and crate late models. We need, of course, those drivers ready in the staging area. Drivers, be on your toes here tonight. We will try, of course, to keep everyone in the staging area and work through a quick program here this evening. Once again, want to thank, of course, American Racer, also Canton Industrial Painting as well, sponsoring that first heat race 300 to win. Also American Racer sponsoring that second heat race as well.
And it's going to be a great show with the Schaefer's Oil Spring Nationals here for the John Bradshaw Memorial later on tonight. But now we roll into open wheel modified. They're going to come onto the racetrack for their hot lap qualifying. Once again, it is hot laps and qualifying together. They'll get a couple laps to lay down their best time to see where they start in heat race action. Got 13 modifieds signed in here tonight. Once again, open wheel modifieds, you are needed to staging right now. You are up. Great late models be making your final preparations. You are up next. While we're waiting on some mods to get up here, we'll announce a couple of our track sponsors. I want to thank them for all their support. Shelton's Body Shop, American Racers South, Extreme Style, Superior Drywall, JRR Motor Sales, got a couple of cars signed in here tonight, J&H Contracting, Caton Industrial Painting, and Anything and Everything Landscaping. Once again, open wheel modifieds, you are needed in staging right now. Rolling onto the racetrack first out of Camelsville, Kentucky. That is the 7 of Drew Nolly. Behind him in that 2H machine. Picking up the win here just a couple weeks ago in the 859 sponsored machine. That is Josh Hampton out of Crab Orchard, Kentucky. And behind him out of Columbia, Kentucky in the 44 machine, that is J.R. Kelsey. Going to be your first 3 to roll onto the racetrack. Once again, this is qualifying. They will get just a couple laps to lay down their best time to set the grid for heat race action later on tonight. There's a silver Ford lifted truck, Kentucky farm plate, T2J274. It needs to be moved right now. Once again, a silver Ford lifted truck with Kentucky farm plate, T2J274. It needs to be moved right now. One more time, T2J274. Silver Ford lifted truck, and it needs to be moved right now. Gonna roll the mods out here to enhance this racing surface before we turn them loose for their qualifying action. All cars will go 8 laps here in heats tonight. Besides the Crown Vics, they'll run 6, and then later on, Super Late Models go 40 laps in their feature event. Open Wheel Modifieds will go 20, along with Great Late Models going 20, and Crown Vics to run 15 laps to end off the night. Rolling down the front straightaway in the 55 machine, that is Tyler Rosenbaum out of Baghdad, Kentucky. Once again, Josh Hampton behind him. Won here just a couple weeks ago. Gary Yeager in the blue and gray 28 rolling down the front straightaway. Father-son duo Tommy Carlton and Calvin Carlton signed in here tonight. And always one to watch everywhere he goes. The 1H of Ben Harmon out of Brooks, Kentucky. He's always fast. And also in the Bandit race car, the 10 machine of Brian Barber. He's out of Buffalo, Kentucky. Keegan Cup in the 39C on the come up, getting quicker and quicker each time around the racetrack. He's out of Lancaster, Kentucky. And Drew Nolly behind him in that bright red and blue 7 machine. He's out of Camelsville, Kentucky. Once again, just rolling in the racing surface. Open Wheel Modifieds getting it prepared and ready for qualifying action. Got some quick ones here tonight. Once again, great late models be making your way to the staging lane. You're up next for your qualifying efforts. Great late models be bringing them to the staging lane. Going to pull the modifieds down into the infield, get them set for qualifying action. Once again, I want to thank all you fans for coming out tonight to support us and tune in to the John Bradshaw Memorial. Also on FloRacing and Amazon Prime tonight, taking place of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series after their rainouts. $68 cars signed in here tonight. 13 open wheel modifieds, 14 Crown Vics, 23 crate late models, a full field of them, and 18 super late models with the Shavers Oil Springs Nationals presented by Coltman Farms. And the first 3 cars out onto the racetrack in the 7 machine, rolling down the back straightaway. That is Drew Nolly out of Campbellsville, Kentucky. And behind him in the 2H out of Crab Orchard, Kentucky, sponsored by 859 Off-Road and Power Code and Todd Steel Buildings. He's 36 years of age. That is Josh Hampton. And your final car on the racetrack out of Columbia, Kentucky. That is the 44 of J.R. Kelsey. Once again, trying to lay down the best time possible to put themselves in a good position for heat race action. Drew Nolly going to go 15.609. Trip the trigger first. Hampton 14.444 all over the board for that driver. Kelsey going to time in third, quick of the 15.925. Josh Hampton holding down the top of the chart so far. Hampton 14.392. He's going to go quick time after the first group. Everybody chasing the 2H machine out of Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Rolling out next in the 39Cs out of Lancaster, Kentucky in the CNS Timber, Skinner's Towing, Slickers Graphics, number 39C, that is Keegan Cup. And behind him, Tyler Rosenbaum out of Baghdad, Kentucky in the 55. And behind him out of Harrodsburg, Kentucky in the 28 machine, that is Gary Yeager. Those are your 3 here in the next group of open wheel modified qualifying. Once again, 13 signed in here tonight. Cup gets over the cushion on his first lap, but he will time in with a 16.370, looking to improve. Rosenbaum goes 5th quick. Yeager going to time in with a 17.528, goes 6th quick. Keegan Cup 2nd, 15.271 for the driver of the 39C. Yeager going to improve significantly, go to a 16.261 for the 28 machine. 6 down, still 7 to go. Rolling out next in the 424 machine, that is topside Tommy Carlton out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. And behind him out of Brooks, Kentucky in the Bandit Race Cars, Kentucky Clutch Wit Transmission, Diamond Auto Collision, HCC Lawn Care, that is Ben Harmon. And behind him your final car out of Buffalo, Kentucky in the Bandit Race Cars, CMC Engineering, Fox Shocks, ProQuip Solutions. He's 47 years of age, that is Brian Barber. Everybody chasing down Josh Hampton. Carlton, 2nd quick, 14.946. Wheeling and dealing. Ben Harmon, 2nd quick with a 14.484. Brian Barber, always quick everywhere he goes. 4th quick, 14.954. Final time around for Ben Harmon. He will go quick time, 14.347 for the Brooks, Kentucky driver of Ben Harmon. Barber going to jump up to a podium position with a 14.676. But at the top of the charts after 9 out of Brooks, Kentucky, Ben Harmon. Rolling out next, Kyle Cochran out of Richmond, Kentucky. And behind him, wild man Calvin Carlton in the 6 machine. Son of Tommy Carlton that just ran his qualifying laps. And the final car, the 28B of Lucas Pace. Kyle Cochran going to time in first. Fifth quick with a 15.032. Good lap for that driver. Calvin Carlton ninth. Lucas Pace sixth. Everybody chasing down Ben Harmon in the 1H machine, laying down a time of a 14.347. Cochran goes fifth quick. Carlton improves up to eighth with a 15.332 on his second lap. And the final car out in the 17K out of Berea, Kentucky, in the TMP Character Reynolds, Riley's Concrete Pumping, 859 Performance, Bluegrass Radiators. That is the 17K of Kenneth Clemens. He'll take the green flag this time by. But Ben Harmon with a 14.347. Just one driver left to go. Sitting at the top of the charts. Once again, Crate Late Models, you are needed staging right now. You are about to roll for your qualifying efforts. First time in 18.063 for Clemens. He'll go through 3 and 4, coming around to take the checkered flag. And that will conclude qualifying for the open wheel modifieds. Fifth goes to the 26 of Kyle Cochran. Fourth to the 424 of Tommy Carlton. Third to the 10 of Brian Barber. Second to the 2H of Josh Hampton. And your quick time in the 1H machine out of Brooks, Kentucky. Everybody give it up for Ben Harmon. Your top three there, some of the fastest drivers around the state of Kentucky in the open wheel modified division. Ben Harmon, Josh Hampton, Brian Barber going to put on a show later in the night. Couple of bandit race cars going to sit on the pole of heat race number 1. Ben Harmon and Brian Barber. Seems like they're always around each other when they're signed in at the same track on the same night. Next up, we will have Crate Late Models 23 signed in here tonight. Then Crown Vics be making your final preparations. You will be up after Super Late Models come back and qualify. We'll put 3 cars on the racetrack at a time to go 2 laps. The 4SC out of Winchester, Kentucky, going to roll on the racetrack first in the S&S Tire. Kentucky Turf Company SMB Pallets Machine. That is Shane Crane. And behind him in the 115 machine out of Science Hill, Kentucky, 17 years of age in the Todd Metals, Todd Steel Buildings, Built-In Shocks machine. That is Caleb Todd. Had a great run with the American All-Star Series before getting into the Turn 4 wall. He was coming for Skylar Marler and Hayden Cardwell. And your final car on the racetrack, Jeff Watson out of Campbellsville, Kentucky, in the Big Al's Guns, Horde Landscapes, Watson's Auto Repair, number 11. Crane times in with a 14.272. Watson quick time 14.248. Crane takes it right back with a 13.900. Caleb Todd 13.979. Gonna go second quick. And Watson gonna time in third with a 14.024. But after 3, your quickest Shane Crane. Next out will be the 10 of Taylor Thompson. And behind him in the 114 out of Crab Orchard, Kentucky, in the Dirt Talk Tracker number 114, that is Michael Wallen. All these drivers chasing down Shane Crane at the top of the charts. And in the 15R, your final car on the racetrack, CJ Rubel out of Richmond, Kentucky. White flag in the air for Thompson. He's going to go 4th quick. Wallen, 15.777, feeling lucky here tonight. Rubel, 14.590, goes fourth quick. Thompson going to get the checker flag first. He will stay sixth, but improve his time. And Rubel going to go a 14.451, quickest in that group. Super late models, be making your way to the staging lane. You are up next. Super late models, be making your way to the staging lane. First out, the 8 of Roman Wesley out of Science Hill, Kentucky. And behind him in the Delk Performance 118, that is Jared Delk out of Jamestown, Tennessee. And your final driver out of Indiana, the 67 of Gary McGinnis. Jared Delk going to go third quick with a 14.024 right there behind Shane Crane. McGinnis goes seventh quick. Roman Wesley, quick time, 13.890. Jared Delk stays fourth quick. But by 0.01, you got a new driver at the top of the board. It is Roman Wesley. Next out, right here out of Junction City, Kentucky, in the 28P machine. That is insane. Zane Powell, and behind him, pulling double duty here tonight, out of Science Hill, Kentucky, in the Wayne's Auto Repair number 7 machine. That is Jimmy Smith. And your final car, also pulling double duty here tonight in the Gaddis Farms entry, lives about a mile down the road. That is the 14 of Logan Walls. Walls picking up the win here. Last time out over Todd Kaufman. Zane Powell going to time in second quick, 13.899, right there behind Roman Wesley. Zane Powell, quick time, 13.707 for the driver out of Junction City, Kentucky. Logan Walls jumps up to third, 13.895. Good lap for that driver. But Zane Powell laying down a 13.707, the man to beat. And out of Houstonville, Kentucky in the 52H, rolling down the back straightaway, that is Harley Ellison. He was quick here last time, racing his way in with the American All-Stars. In the 96V, that is Josh Vineyard. And out of London, Kentucky in the 5 machine, that is Blaze Frazier. Top 3 right now, Zane Powell holding down the top of the charts. Roman Wesley second, Logan Walls third. We got some really, really fast crate late models at the pond here tonight. Frazier going to go 12th quick with a 15.313. Vineyard 15th. Harley Ellison 9th with a 14.176, cracks into the top 10. Frazier going to improve up to 11th with a 14.754. Ellison quickest in that group. Still got 8 drivers left to go. Add on to the racetrack now in the J1 out of Smiths Groves, Kentucky. That is Caden Jones. And also on the racetrack, second place finish. Held the race for about 15 laps until Logan Waltz got around him. Legend right here out of Junction City, Kentucky. That is Hot Rod Todd Kaufman. Max Olmstead in the 35N, going to time in with a 15.266. Caden Jones going to go 14th. Todd Kaufman, 6 quick, 13.982. Good lap for that driver. Looking to improve, though. Caden Jones going to go 15th quick. Todd Kaufman going to jump into the top 5, 13.901. Just 0.001 behind Shane Crane for that 4th position. Can't get any closer than that. Rolling out now out of Campbellsville, Kentucky in the 75E. That is Elliott Despain. And behind him out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky in the dial painting number 11 machine. That is Daniel Dial. Everybody chasing Zane Powell. And your final car on the racetrack out of Glasgow, Kentucky in the 04, that is Andrew Collins. Elliott Despain going to go 11th quick first time around. Dow going to take it right from him with a 14.192. Collins 14th quick. 14.273 for Despain, going to keep his first lap. So will Dow. And Andrew Collins going to keep his first lap as well. Those drivers go 11, 12, and 14. And pulling double duty here tonight. You already saw him in the modified. In the 859 off-road, Todd Steel Buildings number 2H out of Crab Orchard, Kentucky. That is Josh Hampton. And your final car on the racetrack in the 87 machine, that is Jared Carey. Catches a little bit of the tire down there in 4, but we're still green. Hampton going to come around to get the white flag. He will go 12th with a 14.266. And checkered flag and a wave. Hampton jumps into the top 10 with a 14.105. Carey looking to improve on his second lap. Going to be the final driver to get the checkered flag. He will go 18th quick with a 14.957. And that'll do it for Great Late Model qualifying. 5th goes to the 35 of Todd Kaufman. 4th to Shane Crane. 3rd to the local man Logan Walls. 2nd to the 8 of Roman Wesley. And your quick time out of Junction City, Kentucky in the 28P. Give it up for Insane Zane Powell. Once again, super late models. You are needed in staging. It is time for your qualifying. Going to get these crate late models rolled back to the outside pit area. They'll be back later on for their heat races after the supers. But Schaefer's Old Spring Nationals presented by Coltman Farms. You are needed in the staging lane right now for your qualifications.
Speaking of our great friends there with Coltman Farms, tomorrow should be another one of those Coltman Farms Cup events there for the Johnny Wheeler Memorial. Tomorrow night, $10,000 or more events qualifying for those Coltman Farm Cup events, that basically that points championship inside the points battle. Garrett Smith, of course, he was the winner of the Coltman Farms Cup last season overall between the spring and the summer portion. He would love to back that up, get a little extra change in his pocket throughout the 2026 season. Of course, right now coming into this weekend, current series points leader for the Schaefer's Old Spring National Tour, Garrett Smith, a driver out of Madison, Georgia. Getting these drivers ready for Sunoco Racing Fuels qualifying in the staging area. Of course, everybody after they qualify has got to hit the scales. And then post-qualifying tech down there with Mr. Ray Cook and also David and the staff for the Southern National Tour, patiently awaiting these drivers as they'll click off these laps here momentarily. A great field of American All-Star Series weekly competitors wrapping up their qualifying there with 23 drivers. Of course, they'll be in the area coming up, Rock Castle, next weekend. Our sister series, also owned by Ray Cook Promotions of Southern All-Stars, going to be making the trip into Alabama and Tennessee next weekend. We'll be headed to Buckshot Speedway for a rescheduled event, and also Duck River on Saturday night. So Alabama, Tennessee swing coming up for the Southern All-Stars, presented by Showtime Properties next weekend. And then, of course, The Spring National Tour getting ready to invade the great state of Georgia as we'll head to Sugar Creek, also North Georgia, and then we will cap things off for the Spring National Tour at Duck River once again. The drivers now, of course, getting into position. This will be Group A and Group B qualifying. So the 7 machine of Jimmy Smith, getting word from our officials, he is a scratch here tonight. He will not make the call here for qualifying, as Jack Franklin will be the first driver out on the speedway. He is patiently waiting in the staging area. Franklin there in the 12 machine, now getting ready to roll down the back straightaway. He'll bring it through turn number 3 and 4 as he works around the corner. Veterans pressure washing on the side of that entry for the driver out of Tennessee. Behind him, it's going to be the 10 machine bringing him to life, the Cadillac Red Atlanta Paving and Grading. Longhorn, the reigning defending Spring National Champion Garrett Smith, the driver to Rogersville, Tennessee in the 126 machine. In a Masterbuilt chassis, that is going to be Cade Loudy, your Spring National Summer Tour reigning and defending champion. Both of them in the house and on the racetrack currently. Field now working their way around. They'll see the checkered flag. Garrett Smith with a 12.781 for Smith as he works by to the checkered flag. Cade Loudy with a 12.973. And Jack Franklin with a 13.472. These drivers utilizing that very top line to get that run down the hill here at Ponderosa. So Garrett Smith and the Atlanta Paving and Grading Longhorn, the former Dirt Track World Champion, and also your reigning and defending Spring National Tour Champion for the Southern Nationals, of course, presented by Coleman Farms Racing and fueled by Sunoco Racing Fuels. And now race fans rolling out onto the speedway in the number 11 machine. Michael Chilton, he'll work down the back straightaway. Behind him, the driver to Winfield, Tennessee in the 57M. It is going to be Cameron Morler. Morler now working through turn number 3 and 4. He'll pick up the pedal down the front straightaway. Morler in that Infinity Bywells, Franklin Enterprise, Delk Equipment Services, SD Plumbing and Electric entry. Clements Power Plant underneath the hood as he works off of 3 and 4. Jake O'Neill, the Arizona native. He made a couple of starts there at the Gauntlet a few weeks ago. Mesita Valley Transportation on that machine. Oh, high side hustling up against the top. It's Jake O'Neill back to the line. It is still at the top of the board, Garrett Smith in the 10 machine. He still sets the pace. Cade Loudy, Cameron Marler going to go third quick with a 13.095 there for Cameron Marler. Marler in that 57 machine, fastest out of those three that were previously on the racetrack. Rolling out onto the speedway, working down the front straightaway now, going to be the number 35, Renegade Racing Fuels. Also, you can find, of course, them racing on Saturday nights. Thunder Mountain Speedway in Corbin, Kentucky. It's the Rooster, Dustin Linville, working off a turn number 3 and 4. Linville now going to look for the white flag. He'll get by the line fifth quick with a 13.306 for Dustin Linville. The 79 machine out on the speed with H&H Auto Sales. The driver out of York, South Carolina, the Hicks Motorsports number 79. It is going to be Jeremy Steele. Jeremy Steele, fresh off of a clean sweep of the American All-Star Series in Maryland last weekend. He was scheduled to head towards the Crate Racing USA event when it rained out. There at Swainsboro, he picked up and headed north to Maryland and took the sweep on the weekend, winning $3,000 and $5,000, $8,000 respectively, and bringing that back home to his home state in South Carolina. But Garrett Smith, fastest out of Group A with a 12.781 for the driver in the Longhorn chassis out of Madison, Georgia. Cade Loudy with a 12.973, going to be second quick. Then it's going to be Cameron Marler, Jake O'Neill, Dustin Linville, Jeremy Steele, Jack Franklin, Michael Chilton, and Jimmy Smith, the driver that did not make the call. We're going to work now on this Group B. Remember, we'll have heat races paying $300 to win later on in tonight's racing program. Caution is going to fly. We're going to re-rack them and restack them. And your first car out in Group B will be the driver out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the high side tickler, Kyle Strickler in the 8 machine, the Cat Industrial Incorporated, W&L Marion Plumbing, G-Style Transportation, and SRI Racing Products. All on the side of the 8 machine. Also Bilstein Racing Shocks. That is, of course, an AK race car entry for Kyle Strickler. Behind him, it's going to be the driver in the number 16 machine, Justin Ratliff out of Campbell's, Kentucky. Clements Racing, Power Plant, MGL Auto Sales, JR Motor Sales. Also, the Auto Outlet, the Longhorn there for Ratliff. He'll work down into turn number 1. Behind him, the former World of Outlaws champion in the Longhorn. And Ratliff around. He'll straighten it back up. But the caution will fly. And they'll come on. The caution lights around the Speedway. Took a big wrinkle there in the 157 of Mike Marler's plans. Delk Enterprises on the side of his ride. Also Can-Am on the nose of that entry. For the Winfield Warrior, Mike Marler. Marler now looking to pick up the pace down the back straightaway. Will finally look to get this first trio of drivers in Group B, actually with some timed laps on the clock. Working the top side in that AK race car. Here comes Kyle Strickler. Looking to be the high side tickler. He'll work the top of the Speedway. Ripping the lip and bouncing through turn number 1 and 2 is Strickler. He'll work back to the bottom. Ratliff now off the back straightaway. The 157 machine. Down the back stretch. Here comes Mikey Marler, Mike Marler. Waseda Valley Transportation also on that 157, and the new quick time here in Group B will go to the driver out of Winfield, Tennessee, Mike Marler. He'll go to the top of the board. Also, Justin Ratliff and Kyle Strickler going to be third quick out of the first trio of drivers here in Group B. Crown Vic drivers, be getting ready. Crown Vics, you need to be in staging behind this Group B session of Super Late Model competitors for the Schaefer's Oil Spring National Tour. Rolling out onto the Speedway in the Gaddis Farms, number 14. About a mile down the road. This is his home racetrack out of Junction City, Kentucky. It's Logan Walls. And Kid Quick, Zach Mitchell pounding the wall in 1 and 2. He'll take the deck out of the 57 machine. The Bilstein Shocks part has disappeared, at least with the B part. The Longhorn missing as well when it comes to the horn. Nichols Plumbing, tap 3 for the driver out of Erie, South Carolina. We're going to see how much aerodynamics plays a factor in these cars coming back to the line. Still second quick after the right side deck was taken out, and his Kid Quick, Zach Mitchell, with a 12.871. Of course, Mitchell was fastest in my Race Pass Fantasy Racing Hot Laps, and we have debris over in turn number 1. Crown Vic drivers, please be ready in a staging area. Of course, tomorrow night, we will move down to Lake Cumberland Speedway about an hour down the road for the Johnny Wheeler Memorial. $10,000 on the line. That should be a Coleman Farms Cup event as well. Tomorrow night, of course, tonight, 75-53 on the line for the Schaefer's Oil Spring National Tour for the John Bradshaw Memorial, the 18th annual John Bradshaw Memorial, by the way. So Mike Marler, Zach Mitchell, Justin Ratliff, Kyle Strickler, Logan Walls, your top 5 for the 5 competitors who have taken time. Rolling out onto the Speedway, the driver in the double nickel chassis. In the number 55, he has been on a streak as of late with some of the best runs of his career. VP Racing Fuels on that 55 machine as well for Benji Hicks. Rolling down into turn number 1 and 2, it's going to be the 13 machine of David Webb. Behind them, it's going to be the 12 of Jason Jamison. Jamison now in that 12 machine, working down into turn number 3 and 4. Jamison in that Longhorn Clements Power Plant, JRR Trucking, MGL Auto Sales. On that entry, still Mike Marler, Zach Mitchell, Jason Jamison now going to come back to the checkers. He'll go to third in front of Justin Ratliff there with a 12.938 there for Jason Jamison. Still should be looking, I believe, for the 95 machine of Alex Vance, but I don't see him in the staging, so he is scratched as well here, at least from qualifying for the driver out of Waynesville, North Carolina, in the Vance Tire and Automotive entry. Clark's Plumbing, Best Builders, Alpha Storage, all on the side of that number 95 machine. Would have been Alex's first trip here to Ponderosa as far as making qualifying efforts. So hopefully he can get that car back for our heat races coming up. No B mains here tonight with 18 drivers. The heat races will, of course, pay $300 to win here tonight for the super competitors for the Spring National Tour. And that's going to be presented by Cat Industrial Painting on heat race number 1 and American Racer Tires on heat race number 2. Those, of course, are going to be 8-lap heats coming up later on in the program. Right now, we're looking for Crown Vics and then opening ceremonies. We have heat racing coming up also for open wheel modifieds, the Super Lake models, the Crate Lake models, Crown Vics. And we're going to get ready to turn things over for the Crown Vic drivers.
Check. Everybody put your hands together for the fast time qualifier, Mike Marler. We'd like to thank Shelton's Body Shop. He gave $100 for the fast time award tonight. Mikey, how was that?
It was good. You know, it was good. The track was really fast there, so I was able to kind of get through the patchy stuff and find where the grip was and make a good lap. So I didn't know if I had the pole or the 10. He looked really fast too, so I guess I must have barely got him. I want to say thanks to the guys here, you know, Sheldon's Body Shop, and for doing what they're doing for racing, and I really appreciate it.
Everybody put your hands again one more time for Mike Marler.
Overall fast time out of Group A and B. The driver to Winfield, Tennessee, Mike Marler. Once again, want to thank the folks at Shelton's Body Shop. Shelton's Body Shop, the body shop of choice here at Ponderosa Speedway. Want to thank them for putting up $100 for our Fast Time Award here for the Schaefer's Oil Spring National Tour. Race fans, Are you riding with the driver out of Winfield, Tennessee, Mike Marler here tonight?
Next up, our last support class on the night, Crown Vics. 14 Crown Vics signed in here tonight. They'll go 6-lap heat races, 15-lap A main, but right now they're up for their qualifying action. Your entries here tonight, Brian Whelan, Richard Boyd Jr., Jacob Robertson, Bailey Corals, Jamison Gibson, Dalton Lucas, Butch Phillips, David Lucas, Brandon DeMar, Trace Wilson, we know he's always quick here, Legend Jimmy Crabtree, Young Gun Cole Fields, Austin Taylor, and Peyton Whitsett. Your 14 Crown Vic signed in here tonight. Once again, want to go over a couple of track sponsors: Caton Industrial Painting, J&H Contracting, JRR Motor Sales, Superior Drywall, Extreme Style, American Racer South, Shelton's Body Shop, and Anything and Everything Landscaping. Coming straight to green, got 2 laps. First car out onto the racetrack out of Upton, Kentucky in the 94. That is Brian Whelan. Also on the racetrack, Richard Boyd Jr. out of Cox Creek, Kentucky. Couple of new drivers here at the Ponderosa Speedway. The 15 machine, that's Austin Taylor out of Harrodsburg, Kentucky. They'll come around to get the white flag. Once again, they get 2 laps. Brian Wheeler going to trip the trigger first with an 18.255. Coral's going to go second. Boyd takes that right from him. He'll go second quick. Jamison Gibson goes fourth with a 19.205. But Brian Whelan sitting at the top of the chart so far. Never mind, Richard Boyd Jr. in the 8B machine. 18.110 goes quick time in that first group. But in the first group, the 8B out of Cox Creek, Kentucky, Richard Boyd Jr. sets at the top of the charts with an 18.110. Next out in the 91 machine out of Shepherdsville. Had some hard luck here after an incident with the 98 machine. Jacob Robertson. And speaking of the 98 machine, he's rolling out onto the racetrack now. Through 1 and 2, that is Trace Wilson out of Versailles, Kentucky. Already got multiple feature wins in the 2026 season. Legend Jimmy Crabtree pilots multiple different machines at C8, signed in here tonight out of Irvine, Kentucky. Part of the Lucky 7 Motorsports crew right here out of Kentucky. And in the 12, that is Dalton Lucas, the purple machine, rolling down into 1 and 2. Robertson going to go quick time with a 17.867. First driver to break into the 17-second bracket. Trace Wilson second, 18.037. Crabtree takes second, 17.873, .006 behind your quick time. Robertson goes quicker, 17.705. Trace Wilson stays third. Crabtree going to improve on time but not position. He'll go second with a 17.816. Just 4 drivers left here to qualify. Trace Wilson setting third. Jimmy Crabtree second. And Jacob Robertson holding down the top of the board in the 91 machine out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Next out in the 77 machine. Been out with an injury to start the season out of Richmond, Kentucky. Very, very young driver with a huge up-and-coming career. That is Cole Fields. And behind him in the 81, that is David Lucas. the 21 of Butch Phillips, and your final car on the racetrack, the 20K of Brandon DeMar. Final piece here of hot lap qualifying action. Then we'll go into open ceremonies. And the open wheel modifieds will run their heat races first. So open wheel modifieds will be making your final preparations. Brandon DeMar, 6 quick with an 18.439. Good lap for that driver. Cole Fields goes to 12th. David Lucas to 8th with an 18.586. But that is all for your Crown Vic qualifying action. Picking them up, putting them down. 5th goes to the 94 Brian Whelan. 4th to the 8B of Richard Boyd Jr. 3rd to the 98 of Trace Wilson. 2nd to the C8 of Jimmy Crabtree. And the driver out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky in the 91 machine. Going quick time with a 17.705. Give it up for Jacob Robertson. Get everything set here for heat race action. And we'll roll with open ceremonies. Go right into open wheel modifieds, super late models, crates, and Crown Vics. Once again, want to thank all you fans for coming out to the Ponderosa Speedway for the John Bradshaw Memorial. We're just getting started here. Heat race action coming up shortly.
Everybody put your hands together for Jacob Robertson. He was our fast qualifier. Clayton Devine has put up $100 for the fast qualifier tonight. Who would you like to thank on this ordeal?
Well, I want to thank him for putting that up. Got to thank my dad and everybody back there helping me in the pits. We had a nasty wreck here a few weeks ago. Got it back together to try to come get a vengeance.
Everybody put your hands together one more time for Clayton Devine.
Open wheel modified, heat race number 1. You are needed to the staging lane right now. Open wheel modified, heat race number 1. Be making your way to the staging lane.
Race fans, if you would at this time, please rise and remove your hats for tonight's invocation and, of course, the playing of our national anthem. Dear Lord, Heavenly Father, Lord, we want to thank you for this beautiful evening that you've given us. Lord, we pray for the safety of our drivers here this evening through every straightaway and every turn. Lord, we also pray for the guidance of their crew members and also the safety of them and our race fans here tonight. And hopefully, of course, also going into tomorrow night as well. And hopefully on Sunday, we can visit your house to give you the praise and worship that you so deserve, because nothing on this great earth is accomplished without our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
And with opening ceremonies concluded, it is time to go heat race action at the Ponderosa Speedway. Once again, open wheel modified heat race number 1. You are needed to the staging lane right now. It is time to roll cars onto the racetrack.
Modified heat 1. Let's go. Ben Hartman, Brian Barber, Kyle Cochran, Keegan Cubs, Drew Nolly, Gary Yeager, Kenneth Clemens in the staging lane now, guys. Let's roll.
Open wheel modified heat race number 1. You're needed to the staging lane. Heat 2 following right behind them. We'll go with open wheel modified heat races, followed by super late models, crate late models, and Crown Vics before we go into the 40-lap A-main with the Schaefer's Oil Spring Nationals presented by Coltman Farms for the John Bradshaw Memorial. Paying $7,553 to win here tonight.
Open wheel modifieds. Open wheel modifieds. You need to be in staging heat race action coming up. Looks like we're going to take a little bit of a swipe down into turn number 1 and 2 with the motor grader. You can see a little bit of fluff there up on the top side. Want to try to smooth some of those ripples out of the surface. Right now would be a great time, race fans, to visit the concession stand. Cheeseburgers, hamburgers, maybe get some hot dogs down there. Also maybe some chili cheese fries, mozzarella sticks. I had those earlier on in the evening. They are great. Some of the drivers, of course, taking a peek here at the surface, watching, of course, the grader as it gets ready to work into turn number 1 and 2. Take just a few minutes here for a little bit of track prep in the corners. But open wheel modifieds. We need you, of course, ready in the staging area. Schaefer's Oil Spring National drivers, of course, we are presented by Coltman Farms and fueled by our great friends at Sunoco, the official fuel of the series. Those drivers, of course, you need to be making your final adjustments in your pit area. Motor grader still doing, of course, some work here on the front straightaway, looking to smooth. Also 3 and 4, along with 1 and 2 race fans. Glad that we have the motor grader out on the speedway currently. As you can see on the front straightaway, it is dark, and it's dark for a reason. The front straightaway lights cut off. We're working on getting those back on. Glad that we did not have race cars on the surface underneath racing conditions when the lights went off just a few moments ago. So if it's going to do it, at least I'd rather have it happen during track preparations with the motor grader instead of the open wheel modified drivers out on the surface, of course, for heat races that will be coming up. So open wheel mods, make sure you're ready. Heat races coming up here momentarily. And then super late model heats are going to be coming with 8 laps later on after the open wheel modifieds. All heat races, except for Crown Vic, will be 8 laps here tonight.
EMS, you are needed to the stands. EMS, you are needed to the stands. Once again, EMS, if you can hear this, you are needed to the main grandstands. Once again, EMS, you are needed to the main grandstands immediately.
Open wheel modifieds. Make your way to staging open wheel modifieds. You need to be in the staging lanes. Race fans, we can see the front straightaway once again as the lights are coming on bright here. Open wheel modifieds. Also, Schaefer's Oil. Spring National Super Lake Model drivers, you need to be making your final adjustments and be ready to roll. As soon as the open wheel modifieds hit the infield, when they're done with their 8-lap heats, your 8-lap heats will be up and on deck. Remember, $300 on the line in each one of these heats coming up. Catton Industrial Painting sponsoring heat race number 1 in American Racer. Sponsoring heat race number 2 here tonight for the Super Lake models. But open wheels, put them in staging. Let's get them ready to go. Track prep wrapped up. Racetrack looks super smooth once again.
Just about ready to get set for heat race action here. Open wheel modified is going to be up first. Just about ready, getting the final preparations made to the racetrack. And then we'll roll open wheel modified heat race number 1. Schaefer's Oil Spring Nationals presented by Coltman Farms. Your heat races will be up next, followed by Crate Late Models, and last will be the Crown Vics. At this time, we are taking care of a safety concern with an electrical wire here. Just a little delay here, but safety number one. Gotta fix the safety concerns before we go back racing. To make sure this wire doesn't hurt anybody or anything, it's going to be about a 20-minute delay here, but we will get back to racing action here shortly. Once again, I want to thank all you fans for coming out to the Ponderosa Speedway. And all you fans, the concession stand is open. Go down there and get you something good to eat, something good to drink. I think Dustin Linville's got his merchandise booth set down up there. A couple of vendors down there, but take you a little walk around the back side of General Mission. Gonna get through this delay and we'll get right into heat race action.
the thrills. Friday night lights and the grandstand sing. Down at the track they call the bull ring. Drivers strap in, visors down tight. Dust in the air under neon light. When that green flag waves, man, anything goes. Where the cushion's high and the rooster tail blows. At Ponderosa Speedway in the thunder roar. Kentucky's baddest bull ring shaking to the core. Slide job coming in the turn for groove. Clay flying high and the whole place moves. From the backstretch out to the front gate swing. Racing for glory in the bull ring. Yeah, the dirt flies wild, let the engines sing. Hey, Kentucky's baddest bull ring. Timers lean on the fence line rail. Kids with their heroes on a worn out tail. Pit lights glow and the smell of race fuel. Race car drivers follow one rule. Hammering hard, never live too soon. Ride that cushion like a wild typhoon. Door to door where the brave ones cling on the ragged edge of the bull ring. Ponderosa Speedway, hear the thunder roar. Kentucky's baddest bull ring shaking to the core. Slide job coming in to turn for a groove. K flying high and the whole place moves. From the backstretch out to the front gate swing. Racing for glory in the bull ring. Yeah, the dirt flies wild, let the engines sing. Yeah, Kentucky's baddest bull ring. Checkered flag waves through the dust and the night. Heroes are made under those lights. Fans still cheer while the motors cool down. Another legend born in that little nerd town. Ponderosa Speedway where the brave all run. 3/8 mile war till the race is won. Slide jobs, bumpers, the roar of the crowd. Engines screaming fierce and loud. If you're on dirt tracks and the wildest thing, come feel the fire of the bull ring. Where the K flies fast and the drivers cling to Kentucky's baddest bull ring. Whoa, whoa.
Got the wire there and fixed up. Lights just about back to full. About to roll Modified 8 race number 1. Once again, go get you something to eat, something to drink, get ready for the race in action. But just letting you know, we're about to start here in just a moment. Open wheel mod, heat race number 1. Start firing up those engines. Mods, fire up those engines. At this time, we need everybody to clear the racetrack. Everybody clear the racetrack. And with that, we are rolling open wheel modifieds onto the racing surface. Gonna roll in the racetrack just a couple laps under caution. Once again, open wheel modified is going to be your first heat race up tonight. 2 heat races with 14 entries signed in here tonight. We'll go ahead with open wheel modified heat race number 1 lineup. On your pole, your quick time out of Brooks, Kentucky. That is the 1H of Ben Harmon, and to his outside in the 10 machine out of Buffalo, Kentucky. That is Flying Brian Barber. Moving back to row number 2, starting third in the 26 machine out of Richmond, Kentucky. That is Kyle Cochran, and to his outside, the 39C of Keegan Cup. Moving back to row number 3 in the 7 out of Campbellsville, Kentucky. That is Drew Nolly, and to his outside, the 28 of Gary Yeager. And starting shotgun on your field in the 17K out of Brea, Kentucky. That is Kenneth Clemens. We got a couple of Bandit race cars on the front row of this one. Ben Harmon and Brian Barber. Both drivers always quick everywhere they go. Harmon had some hard luck, had a tire go down in his last heat race here. Had a start in the back, worked his way up to the front, ended up finishing second. Getting the racetrack rolled in. Drivers getting the signal from the tower up here, seeing if they like the racetrack, if it's ready to roll. We're going to double them up. It's time for heat race action at the pond. Bandit race cars on the front row of this one. Here we come down into the start zone. Ben Harmon going to start at Brian Barber on the outside. Here we go. Ben Harmon gonna bring on the green. Here we go. Down into 1 and 2, and caution flag will wave. The 1H machine had just a little of premature acceleration. He's got a fire coming off of 4 on the initial start. Those cones down there is where he can fire at. The 2 cones down there on the tires, that is his start zone. Can't fire before it, can't fire after it. We're going to try it again. Ben Harmon, Brian Barber. They're going to bring them down into the start zone. Here we go. Heat race action at the pond is underway. Harmon on the bottom, Barber on the top, side by side, door to door as they go down into 1. Harmon low, Barber's got the momentum. He's going to take it down the back straightaway by a nose. Harmon down to the inside. They'll go side by side down into 3 and 4, but Brian Barber's going to lead lap number 1. That high side momentum, oh so good here at the pond. Kyle Cochran rides third. Yeager, Nolly, Cup and Clemens round out your field. But Brian Barber's got 3 car lengths over the Kentucky Clutch #1 machine. They'll ride right through the middle. Here comes Nolly around Yeager. He's going to throw it in. He's got the pass for 4th. But out front, it's all Brian Barber. Machine sponsored by CMC Engineering, Fox Shocks, Pro Quip Solutions. That driver, 47 years of age, pulling out on the young gun in the 1 machine. 4 down, 4 to go. Kenneth Clemens gonna call it quits. 4 laps into this one. He'll see 3 to go as he comes out of turn number 4. He's got an advantage, but not much, over Ben Harmon. Kyle Cochran rides in 3rd. Drew Nolly's got a comfortable spot in 4th. Gary Yeager and Keegan Cup. 2 to go. Popsicle sticks in the air for Brian Barber. He's starting to stretch out that lead ever so slightly each time around. He's got half a straightaway advantage down the back straightaway. He'll see the doctor's jacket in the air. White flag for Brian Barber. Down into 1-2. He's not going to get to the lap traffic. Down the back stretch, Harmon's got one last effort. Looks like he's not close enough. Your winner going to be the 10 of Brian Barber out of Buffalo, Kentucky. Coming home second, Ben Harmon. Kyle Cochran just now crossing the finish line. He's going to come home 3rd. Drew Nolly, Gary Yeager, and Keegan Cup round out your field. Once again, the driver of the Bandit race car out of Buffalo, Kentucky, 47 years of age. Give it up for flying Brian Barber. He'll start on the pole of tonight's modified main event. But rolling on to the racetrack now, heat race number 2 on your pole at a Crab Orchard, Kentucky in the 2H machine. Josh Hampton into his outside, top side, Tommy Carlton out of Lawrenceburg. Moving back to row number 2, starting 3rd, Lucas Pace coming from Bedford, Indiana, and son of Tommy Carlton, Calvin Carlton, starts right behind him. The 44 of J.R. Kelsey out of Columbia, Kentucky, set to roll off 5th, and to his outside, the 55 of Tyler Rosenbaum. And starting shotgun on your field, a late entry out of Gatlinburg, Tennessee, the 26A of Adam Ogle. Watch him, he's quick. And the light's going to shut off. They're going to, flagman going to show him 1 to go. Hampton and Carlton. Once again, on all these restarts, the inside man starts the race. When he fires, everybody else can follow in suit. Hampton picking up the win last time here when the KDRE Superstocks came to town. And Hampton going to fire off of 4. Adam Ogle coming from absolute nowhere in the back. He's already up battling for 4th. But Josh Hampton's got it. Here comes Carlton. Adam Ogle is up to 4th. Side by side. 3 wide for 3rd. And Calvin Carlton's going to have it. Josh Hampton gets high off of 2. Messes up. Here comes Tommy Carlton. Side by side as they go down into 3. Adam Ogle's got 3rd. Josh Hampton still got it, but not by much. You see him get on the binders there. He's got 2 car lengths over the 424 machine. Does Carlton have anything for him? Adam Ogle wheeling and dealing, trying to get to Carlton. But Hampton's got just a little bit of an advantage over the 424 machine. As he sees halfway home, he'll go high, wide, and handsome around 4 as high as he can get without tearing that quarter panel off. Adam Ogle riding in 3rd, trying to get to the 424 machine. That's the best battle on the racetrack. And Lucas Pace and Calvin Carlton going to battle for the 4th position. Good battle there as well. 3 to go. Ogle all over the fuel cell of the 424 machine. But Josh Hampton's got 2 to go. Side by side, here comes Ogle for the 2nd position. but Carlton still has it, but not by much. He's going to defensive drive Ogle down to the inside. He's going to battle with Carlton. He's going to throw the slider in there. Slider served in 3 and 4. White flags in the air for Josh Hampton. Ogle's got the second position, but Josh Hampton gets around Rosenbaum with no issue through 3 and 4. Your winner out of Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Give it up for Josh Hampton. Coming home second, Adam Ogle. Tommy Carlton third. Lucas Pace fourth. Calvin Carlton fifth. That is your top 5. All cars transferred to the main event later on tonight. And Adam Ogle fired too early on the initial restart, so he will be docked 2 positions. He'll finish 4th. That'll move each of those drivers up. So Tommy Carlton finishes 2nd, Lucas Pace 3rd, and Adam Ogle will come on 4th. But the driver's sponsored by 859 Off-Road and Power Coating, 36 years of age, out of Crab Orchard, Kentucky. Give it up for Josh Hampton. And now the fan favorite, the super late model's about to hit the racetrack.
Cadna Industrial Painting Heat Race number 1, $300 on the line here at Ponderosa. As we'll get ready to roll that first group out onto the Speedway. And we'll introduce you here to the drivers in this first heat race. Starting on the 4th row on the outside of the number 11 machine, it is going to be Michael Chilton. To the inside of row number 4, it is going to be the 12 machine out of Tennessee. It's going to be Jack Franklin. 3rd row outside out of York, South Carolina, on a Longhorn H&H Auto Sales entry. Hicks Motorsports in the 79. It's going to be Jeremy Steele. To his inside, they call him the Rooster out of Lancaster, Kentucky. It is the number 35, Thunder Mountain Speedway. Also, Renegade Race Fuels on that entry, Dustin Linville. Outside, row number 2, hailing from Tucson, Arizona, in the 0 machine, going to be Jake O'Neill. And on the inside, in the 57M, out of Winfield, Tennessee, it is going to be Cameron Moeller in your front row, race fans, out of Rogersville, Tennessee. In the 126 machine, it's going to be Cade Lowney in the Masterbuilt. On that outside and to the inside, on the pole, he will set the pace. It's going to be the driver out of Madison, Georgia. In the 10 machine, it's going to be Garrett Smith. Everybody getting 2 by 2. Cat Industrial Painting Heat Race action. Also want to thank, of course, Sheldon's Body Shop, putting up the $100. Mike Moeller, overall fast time. You'll see him in that second heat. Everybody going to transfer into the show. Atlanta Paving and Concrete on the Longhorn there for Garrett Smith. Cameron Moeller going to be, of course, in that 3rd starting spot. Franklin Enterprises Infinity by Wells. Carl's Property. Delk Equipment entry. Clements Power Plant. Jake O'Neill to his outside. And the Masterbuilt in the 126 out of Rogersville, Tennessee. It's going to be Cade Lowney. your champions from last year, from the spring and the summer tour, represented on the front row, and we'll see the green flag in the air. The Cadillac Ranch looking to take it into turn number 1 and head off. 8 laps the distance. Jake O'Neill already into the wall. A little bit of deck damage, but he'll keep it rolling. Everybody going to make the race. Marlar up to 3rd, followed by Jeremy Steele, Dustin Linville. Michael Chilton, the man on the move. He'll look to the inside of O'Neill as they work down the back straightaway. Jake O'Neill on the outside. Chilton on the inside. They'll go side by side. The 7 machine of Jimmy Smith, the Science Hill, Kentucky driver. Problems in hot laps. He does make the call for this heat, but it's slow in turn 3 and 4. Hard into the infield. U-tire goes Smith. Caution is going to fly for Smith. Smith's problems continue. Made about 1 hot lap and pulled it down to the infield. Had to be towed back via the wrecker earlier on in the night. Was talking about him joining the field. He'll get slow in 3 and 4, and then he will take it directly into the U-tire as he was trying to work his way down to the infield to get out of the way. So a drive shaft problem is what we're hearing on the first incident in hot laps there for Smith. So they're going to try to get him pulled off the Speedway. Atlanta Paving and Grading, Vic Hill Power Plant, TMC, Boswell Oil Company, Cadillac Ranch there on the 10 machine for the former Dirt Track World Champion in Garrett Smith. And defending Schaefer's Oil Spring National Tour champion from last season and your current points leader. He is looking to work past this weekend and be in great contention to make a 2-time title run here in a couple of weeks as we'll make the swing through Georgia at Sugar Creek Raceway, also North Georgia Speedway, and then we'll move on that Sunday, Memorial Day weekend, to Duck River to close out the spring tour. Of course, this year a little bit of a change from other years. The summer tour will kick off actually on a Sunday at Whiff Raceway. We'll start things off with the summer portion for the Spring National Tour at the half mile. Then, of course, we'll move on from there to Volunteer Speedway the next night on a Monday. And then for the first time ever, we will invade Harris Speedway in Roveton, North Carolina. Just getting everything back in place. The 7 machine going to the infield. The lights have been extinguished around the pond. Looking for a single file start, 3 laps in the books out of the 8 here in this first heat race. $300 on the line going to the winner. Cade Loudy in that second spot. Green flag in the air. Garrett Smith pulls away rapidly into turn number 1. The 126 feeling the pressure. Marlar going to work by. He'll move to second. Loudy now back to third. Jeremy Steele, the man on the move. In the number 75, the Swift Springs H&H Auto Sales Longhorn. Dustin Linville hot on his heels. And Michael Chilton in the tire tracks as well, along with O'Neill. Jake O'Neill working that inside. Chilton working the top side. Out front, coming back, 2 laps to go. Popsicle sticks this time by Garrett Smith. Bilstein Racing Shots, Cadillac Ranch, as they continue to work around the pond. 2 to go, shown to the rest of the field. Cameron Marlar in second, the best battle on the racetrack. Dustin Linville and Jeremy Steele battling for 4th. Give it to Linville as he pulls away into 3 and 4. White flag in the air that time for Garrett Smith. Smith now continues to work down the back straightaway. Back into turn number 3 and 4. Racetrack starting to take a little bit of rubber over there as well. Checkers in the air. It's Garrett Smith, heat race number 1. Cameron Marlar Smoke out of the back of the 35 machine for Dustin Linville as he crosses the line. The 126 machine of Loudy going to finish in third. Linville fourth. Fifth will go to the number 79 machine of Jeremy Steele. Who's riding with Garrett Smith, the driver out of Madison, Georgia, here this evening. He'll, of course, head to the scales. Marler also looking to do the same as well. So looking for confirmation on that 35 machine of Linville. Dustin Linville, of course, got all of the great merchandise out here in the Midway area. But they are checking on that entry as smoke continues to fume out of that machine. Dustin Linville, that looks like a terminal issue from what we're hearing from the officials on the 35. We're going to introduce you now, race fans, to your starting lineup. In row number 5, out of Waynesville, North Carolina, an Advanced Tire and Automotive number 95, it'll be Alex Vance. Out of Junction City, Kentucky, in the Gaddy's Farms, number 14 machine going to be Logan Walls. Also hailing out of Kentucky, going to be the 13W of David Webb. Out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the number 8 machine is going to be Kyle Strickler, the high side tickler. Out of Mount Airy, North Carolina, the number 55 double nickel chassis, it is going to be the driver, Benji Hicks. Row number 2 on the outside, Justin Ratliff out of Campbellsville, Kentucky, and out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, going to be Jason Jamison. And in the number 57, Clay Hood, Nichols Plumbing, Tap 3, Upstate Land Management. Number 57, it is Kid Quick, Zach Mitchell. And his inside on the pole, your overall fast time. Getting a race receiver check there on the driver in the 157 out of Winfield, Tennessee. Your former World of Outlaws champion in the 157, Mike Marler. Delca Equipment on that entry. VP Racing Fuels, Meseta Valley Transportation on that 157 for Marler. American Racer, $300 to the winner of this heat race as well. Couple of drivers here electing to run those American racers, being Logan Walls and also Alex Vance. A couple of drivers, of course, on the Hoosier compounds as well. Getting 2 by 2, the lights are extinguished around Ponderosa Speedway. Once again, Marler in the 157. Zach Mitchell in that Upstate Land Management, number 57 machine on the outside of row number 1. 2 by 2, rack 'em and stack 'em, green flag in the air. Marler going to take him down into turn number 1. He'll go across the nose of Mitchell. Mitchell goes high. It's going to open the door for Jamison. Jamison on the inside. Mitchell all the way up against the wall. He's trying to fight off Justin Ratliff now for third. He'll close down, look back to the inside. Jamison, Mitchell, and Ratliff, 3 cars under a blanket now. Kyle Strickler looking to the inside of Benji Hicks as they battle for 5th position. They'll work side by side down into turn 1 and 2. Give it to Kyle Strickler. Behind them, David Webb. Alex Vance behind Webb, but out front, it's Mike Marler, the Tennessee driver in the Longhorn, taking them to the woodshed so far. 3 laps in the books. He continues to pull away from Jamison, down into 3 and 4. Jamison now all by his lonesome, looking to set sail and see if he can reel back in Marler as we are halfway in this heat race. Want to thank, of course, American Racer. Third going to be Zach Mitchell. Mitchell in the Longhorn tap 3. Upstate Land Management, Nichols Plumbing entry. He'll work around the Speedway. Jamison still in second, but still pulling away. In that Can-Am Delco equipment entry for Marler. 2 to go that time. He'll look for the white flag. Everybody singled out throughout the field except for the 2 drivers at the back. White flag for Marler. The 14 and the 95. Oh, we got a problem. Jamin with a tire down, right rear chunking apart. Coming back to the checkered flag to end this one. Hard brake from the 12 machine of Jamison as the right rear let go as he took the white flag. A little bit of quarter panel damage to the right of that machine. But Race Vanger, heat race number 2 winner in the 157, the Winfield, Tennessee Warrior, Mike Marler. Heading to the scales, he'll be followed by Kid Quick Zach Mitchell in the 57 machine. Of course, Mitchell. Highly contested in another run at that Hunt the Front championship. Mitchell came oh so close last year to that championship. Of course, Jimmy Owens capturing that title. Mitchell back on the march towards a Hunt the Front title again here in 2026. But with Hunt the Front off, taking the chance to join us, Matt Mann Designs also on that 57 machine. King Services there on the 95 of Vance as he continues to work by. And now we'll look for the American All-Star Series weekly drivers. Of course, the weekly American All-Star Series is presented by Rick Hendricks City Chevrolet out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Heat race action for the drivers, 23 of them to be precise. Braden, we're going to send things over to you for the action here.
Great racing action there in the Spring Nationals. Now it's time to roll into the Crate Late Models for their heat race action. On your pole in this one, your fast qualifier, it's insane. Zane Powell into his outside out of Winchester, Kentucky, the SC4 of Shane Crane. Moving back, starting third in the 118 out of Jamestown, Tennessee. That is Jared Delkin to his outside, the 2H of Josh Hampton. Starting fifth on this one, the 75E of Elliott Spain out of Campbellsville, Kentucky. And to his outside, the 5 of Blaze Frazier out of London. And your final row consists of the 67 of Gary McGinnis out of Madison, Indiana. And to his outside, Taylor Thompson out of Greensburg, Kentucky in the blue and pink 10 machine. Lights out, coming to green. Zane Powell, Shane Crane, gonna show them the way. They'll fire off of 4 between the cones. Here we go. Zane Powell gonna fire. Shane Crane to the outside, side by side as they go down into 1 and 2. Crane up top, Powell down low. He's gonna stay with him down the back straightaway. Jared Delkin Hampton putting on a battle for third. Crane down to the bottom, but Zane Powell showing the way. Jared Delkin, Josh Hampton gonna battle side by side as they go down into 1. Down the back straightaway, Hampton's got it by half a car. But it's all Zane Powell up front in this one out of Junction City, Kentucky. Crane rides second. Hampton and Delk side by side. Delk gonna drive down to the side of Hampton. They'll go down into 3 and 4. They'll touch just a little bit. Delk's got it, but Josh Hampton wants it back. Hampton up top, Delk down low. He's going to slide up in front of him. Pass made by Jared Delk. Here comes Elliott of Spain. He wants fourth. He's going to battle down to the inside. Side by side, door to door as they come off of 4. Hampton has it. But all out front, Zane Powell's got 4 car lengths over Shane Crane. They'll come to 3 to go. Zane Powell rides in first. Shane Crane in a close second. Delk's opened up the 3rd position. Elliott Despain wants 4th from Josh Hampton. Blaze Frazier, Gary McGinnis, and Taylor Thompson round out your field. Shane Crane's got some speed. He gets up right rear in the wall, out of the cushion, but we stay clean and green. Elliott Despain all over the back bumper of Hampton. He's going to throw it in there on the bottom. Try once more, not going to be able to do it. White flag in the air. Powell going to go down the back straightaway. Looks like he has secured this one through 3 and 4. Your winner going to be Insane Zane Powell from right here out of Junction City, Kentucky. Shane Crane, Jared Delk. Despain tries it, but it's going to be Hampton, then Despain, with Blaze Frazier, Gary McInnes, and Taylor Thompson rounding out your field. Third to the 118 of Jared Delk. Second to the SC4 of Shane Crane. And your winner right here out of Junction City, Kentucky in the 28P. That is Insane Zane Powell. He'll start on the pole of tonight's main event. Still 2 more heat races to go. They'll go 8 laps. All cars transfer to the feature. 23 signed in here tonight. Good count of crate late models. And heat race 2 rolling onto the racetrack. On your pole in the 8 machine out of Science Hill, Kentucky, it is Roman Wesley, and to his outside right here out of Junction City, Kentucky as well, the 35 of Hot Rod Todd Kaufman. Moving back, J. Watt, Jeff Watson in the 11 machine out of Campbellsville, Kentucky starts 3rd, and to his outside the 52H of Harley Ellison. Starting 5th in the 15R, CJ Rubel out of Richmond, Kentucky, and to his outside the 35M of Max Olmstead, the 2nd out of Greenwood, Indiana. And your final row, the J1 of Caden Jones out of Smith Groves, Kentucky, and to his outside the 96 of Josh Vineyard rounds out your field. 8 cars going 8 laps. Lights out, coming to green. Roman Wesley and Todd Kaufman. They'll bring them a snail's pace down the back straightaway. Once they get to 4, remember the 8 fires between the cones. Everybody else fires with him. Here we go. Roman Wesley gets his good start. So does Jeff Watson. Todd Kaufman on the outside. Kaufman going to roll high. Here comes Watson. Todd Kaufman's got the lead. Harley Ellison up to the outside. He's as high as he can go. He's going to roll to the outside of Watson. Side by side, door to door for the 3rd position. Watson's got it, but not by much. He's going to slide up, touch the 52H a little bit. But Jeff Watson's got 3rd. Roman Wesley rides in 2nd. And your leader, Hot Rod Todd Kaufman, after 2. Everybody starting to spread out. The 35 machine. Last time we was here, he battled with Logan Walls for several laps. Ended up losing the lead with just a couple to go to the 14 machine. Does he have redemption here tonight? 4 down, 4 to go for Hot Rod Todd Kaufman. Sitting in 2nd is Roman Wesley, but Watson's right behind him. Battle shaping up there for the 2nd position. Harley Ellison rides in 4th. Olmstead 5th, Rubel 6th, Caden Jones in 7th. But Roman Wesley doing everything he can to keep Jay Watt behind him. That battle is shaping up side by side off of 4. Wesley still has it. White flag gonna be displayed this time for Todd Kaufman. He's got this one locked up if everything stays clean and green. Wesley's got it, but Watson's right there. Could there be a pass for the second position? Kaufman's gonna win it, but Roman Wesley edges out Watson for the second position. 4th goes to Harley Ellison. Olmsted 5th, Rubel 6th, and rounded out your field, the J1 of Caden Jones. Third goes to the 11 of Jeff Watson. Second to the 8 of Roman Wesley. And winning it, joining a fellow Junction City, Kentucky native on the front row of tonight's main event, the 35 of Hot Rod, Todd Kaufman. And how about it? 2 locals, both out of Junction City, Kentucky, right here, are going to start on the front row of tonight's event. And what do you know? Another Junction City, Kentucky native going to be on the pole of this one. Could go 1, 2, 3 to start the main event. Let's roll into that starting lineup on your pole in the 14 Gaddis Farms entry. That is Logan Walls into his outside out of Science Hill, Kentucky. Only 17 years of age. The 15 of Caleb Todd. Moving back, starting third in the 7 machine out of Science Hill, Kentucky. Jimmy Smith into his outside in the 11D. That's Daniel Dial. Starting 5th in the 04 out of Glasgow, Kentucky, Andrew Collins into his outside, the 87 of Jared Carey out of Lawrenceburg. And your final driver in this one, the 114 of Michael Wallen. Logan Walls picked up the last Crate Late Model feature event here over Todd Kaufman, threw a haymaker of a slider to clear him with just a few laps to go. Ultimately won the race. The 14 trying to repeat. If he wins, he'll start third in the main event. Caleb Todd on the outside had a great run with the American All-Stars. Got up into the wall and was a DNF, but he was coming for Hayden Cardwell and Skylar Marler. That kid's got a bright future ahead of him, but here we go. Walls and Todd. Green flag is out. Walls has got it down into 1 and 2. Caleb Todd, high, wide, and handsome. Here comes Jimmy Smith, Daniel Dial, side by side. But leading it, the 14 going to run the slider line through it, 3 and 4. Mr. Excitement, Logan Walls, picks up and puts down the first lap in this one. Caleb Todd right there with him, not letting him get out to a comfortable lead in this one. Carey catches a little concrete on the back straightaway, but we stay green. Walls has still got it. He lives just about a mile down the racetrack. And he is defending his home turf over the rest of the field. Could he go back-to-back here tonight? Was leading the American All-Stars Weekly Series points. Can he stay up there in the mix for those? Having a good run here tonight. Dial runs third, Smith fourth, Collins and Carey battle for fifth. But just 3 to go for the 14 clicking off laps. Michael Wallen gets a little high. Caleb Todd is trying that top, seeing if he can make anything work. Might have caught the little dip out in the wall right there, coming off of 4. But if he's found something, he's got to go and got to go now, because the white flag's in the air for the 14 machine. He'll take it down through 1 and 2. Looking good. Down the back straightaway, the Gaddis Farms entry. Mr. Excitement, Logan Wall's going to win and start third in tonight's main event. Second going to go home to Caleb Todd. Third to Daniel Dahl. Jimmy Smith, fourth. Andrew Collins, Jared Carey, and Michael Wallen round out your field. But third goes to Daniel Dial. Second to Caleb Todd. And your winner right here out of Junction City, Kentucky. In the Gaddis Farms number 14. Give it up for Logan Walls. Crown Vics are coming up next. But how about it for the local guys? Zane Powell out of Junction City. Todd Kaufman out of Junction City. Logan Walls out of Junction City. All of them winning their heat races and starting 1, 2, and 3. Defending their home turf here tonight. And Crown Vics rolling out onto the racing surface. Heat race number 1 on your pole out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Trying to redeem himself after some bad luck here last time. The 91 of Jacob Robertson. Until it's outside the 98 of Versailles, Kentucky. That's Trace Wilson. Row number 2 on the inside. The 94 of Brian Whelan out of Upton, Kentucky. Until it's outside the 60 of Peyton Whitsett. Jamison Gibson in the 24C scheduled to roll off 5th until is outside the 15Q of Bailey Corals. And your final driver on the field, the 77 of Cole Fields. Here we go, Jacob Robertson and Trace Wilson. Side by side, these two got together. Ended Robertson's night. But it was just a racing deal. They'll try it again. 91 and 98 side by side. 98 on the top. But Robertson going to slide up in front of him. Whelan trying to get to the inside of Corals. But the 98 machine of Trace Wilson trying to get to Robertson. But Jacob Robertson out of Shepherdsville showing the way. Wilson following right in his tire tracks. The 60 machine of Whitsett rides in third. Brian Whelan and Bailey Corals battle back in the pack. You could throw a blanket over those last three. But Robertson still showing the way. He's running the middle to low line. Wilson up top. What a battle back there in the pack. They're going 3 wide as they go down the back straightaway. But 4 down, only 2 to go. Crown Vics only runs 6 lap heats. Robertson stretching it out down the back straightaway. Got 3 car lengths over Trace Wilson. White flag in the air. There's cars all over the racing surface, but Robertson's got to maneuver 2 more corners. He'll go into 3 and 4. And starting on your pole for tonight's main event, winning Crown Vic Heat Race number 1, Jacob Robertson. Wilson second. Whitsett third. Upton, Whelan, and Corals. But one more time, put your hands together for Shepherdsville, Kentucky, Jacob Robertson. And final preliminary action of the night before we get to your John Bradshaw Memorial. On your pole, the C8 of Jimmy Crabtree out of Irvine, Kentucky, and to his outside, the 8B of Richard Bloyd Jr. Starting third in the 20K, Brandon DeMar, and to his outside, starting fourth, the 81 of David Lucas. His son in the 12 machine, Dalton Lucas, going to roll off fifth, and to his outside, Butch Phillips. And your final car on the racetrack, the 15 of Austin Taylor out of Harrodsburg. The flagman's going to hold the green flag up in the air. Show them one to go. And if you're on the fence down there coming out of 4, please back away from the fence. That group coming out of 4. Thank you. Once again, move back if you're on the fence there in 4. And here we go, Crabtree and Bloyd side by side as they bring it down into 1 and 2. Bloyd as high as he can go. Almost caught a little concrete, but Jimmy Crabtree's going to lead it. DeMar and David Lucas battle side by side. Crabtree right through the middle of the racing surface. Bloyd all over the back bumper. Just a car length separate those drivers. We've seen Bloyd here before, and he rips around that top side. Shavers Oil Spring National Super Late Models be bringing those machines to staging. Super Late Models be bringing those machines to staging. Your feature event is up next. Richard Bloyd Jr. is all over the back of Crabtree. Had to let out of it, get on the binders there a little bit. That'll give him just a little bit of an advantage, but halfway home, 3 down, 3 to go. David Lucas, Brandon DeMar, and Dalton Lucas, 3, 4, and 5 right there together. But Bloyd doing all he can to stay with Crabtree. He's all over the back bumper, almost touching the fuel cell. He is all over the back of him. Can he find a way around him? Catching him's one thing, passing him's another. White flag going to be displayed this time by. Can he do anything with him? Jimmy Crabtree hails out of Irvine, Kentucky, part of the Lucky 7 Motorsports team. Bloyd gave it all it's got. Bloyd is slowing down the back straightaway. He might be limping. He's got a flat right rear trying to keep it between the fence, and he will limp it home to second. And side by side. And third goes to the 81 of David Lucas by a very, very short margin. Richard Bloyd comes home second. And Crown Vic Heat Race number 2 winner starting outside pole of tonight's main event in the C8 out of Irvine, Kentucky, Jimmy Crabtree. If you bought a 50-50 ticket, get those tickets out and ready. We're about to draw the number. Once again, 50-50 tickets. Get them out, get them ready. All right, here we go. 50-50 winner. You can pick your money up at the general admission gate when you came in. The number is 280181. Once again, 280181. You can pick your money up at the general admission gate down where you paid to get into the facility. Super late models be making your way to the staging lane. It is time for the John Bradshaw Memorial. Schaefer's Old Spring National Super Late Models, be making your way to staging. We are about to roll. Super Late Models, be bringing them to staging right now.
Your half and half winning ticket is 280181. Make your way to the main, I believe, grandstand gate to claim that prize. So move that way to the main grandstand gate. That would be greatly appreciated. We got to give them time to get the first number there. Super Lake model drivers, you should be in the staging area. Supers, you need to be in the staging area, please. That's me asking nicely. We've got about half the field there, and the other half still sitting on jack stands. Guys, it is time to go. Let's get this super race. We would love to have it on the racetrack by at least 10:25. Well, we've got this little bit of time bomb. We're getting the drivers lined up in the staging area. I want to thank some of our great marketing partners. Schaefer's Oil, Specialized Lubricants. Also want to thank the folks at Coleman Farm, Sunoco Racing Fuels, Easy Go. Another one of our great sponsors as well. I want to thank American Racer, Arizona Sportswear, Capital Race Cars, Interstate Welding, FK Rod-Ends. Also, Dirt on Dirt Delft Communications. Super Lake Models, this is your final call. Super Lake Models, this is your final call.
FloRacing Studios live.
Tune into Flow and watch pretty much any race we want. This is our Daytona 500. This is it.
The largest crowd.
It's the biggest race of the year.
Destiny fulfilled.
This is the biggest race I've ever won.
This is exactly the group you need to put on a big event like this.
The biggest night in pavement late model racing history.
High Limit Racing.
You're watching the greatest sprint car drivers in the world right here on FloRacing.
Also want to thank, of course, our Fast Time Award here tonight, presented by Shelton's Body Shop. I want to thank, of course, the folks at FK Rod-Ends, also Sunoco Racing Fuel, the official fuel. Of course, we are presented by Coleman Farms Racing. Super Lake model drivers, put them in the staging area. Supers, let's put them in the staging area. Final preparations taking place. Got the water truck doing a little bit of packing over there in turn number 1 and 2 before we turn these drivers loose for the 18th annual John Bradshaw Memorial here tonight at Ponderosa. first main event on the evening. 4 classes all together here tonight. So 40 laps for the Super Lake Models. Of course, tomorrow the Johnny Wheeler Memorial over at Lake Cumberland Speedway. Another $10,000 plus event for the Spring National Tour. Once again, don't forget about the great Dustin Linville merchandise. Got some great deals down there. Go check them out. One of our vendors here. And they're set up on the merchandise area right before you come into the main grandstand area here at Ponderosa. Drivers making their way to the staging area. Had a couple of drivers still on the stands. Finally getting those drivers, it looks like, dropped and ready to go. Garrett Smith and the 10 machine going to be up on row number 1. Mike Marler going to join him up there as well. Jason Jamison going to be coming from the back of the field after losing a right rear in that heat race. Cade Loudy, Jeremy Steele going to be on that inside row as well, as we will roll drivers out onto the speedway. We'll look for folks to head into the infield area for hot pit inside the tires in turn number 1 and 2 near the scoreboard area there. Race fans, will start introducing you now to the starting lineup. Starting in row number 9, should be by himself back there too, to Dustin Linville being a scratch on the evening. It's going to be Jason Jamison out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, in the number 12 entry. So he'll be coming from the tail of the field after a right rear flat in the heat race. Row number 8 on the outside. An Advanced Tire and Automotive entry in the number 95. It is going to be Alex Vance in a double nickel chassis. Clements Power Plant underneath the hood. King Services, Blue Ridge Contracting, Shane Wheels Construction, Clark Plumbing, and Best Builders, all on that entry for Alex Vance as he makes his first trip here to Ponderosa. First trip actually racing in the state of Kentucky there for Vance to his inside of row number 8. The driver out of Science Hill, Kentucky in the number 7. That is going to be Jimmy Smith. In row number 7 on the outside, a former American All-Star Series winner, and of course this is his home racetrack in the Gaddis Farms, number 14 out of Junction City, Kentucky, going to be Logan Walls. Out of Tennessee in the number 12 machine, it's going to be Jack Franklin. In the Morris Brothers Construction, Veterans Pressure Washing, Franklin Auto entry as he will work from the inside of row number 7. On the outside of row number 6 in the 13W, it's going to be David Webb. To his inside, it's going to be Jake O'Neill, the driver out of Tucson, Arizona in that 0 machine, of course. We'll now move into your top 10 starters here tonight. VP Racing Fuels double nickel chassis underneath him in the 55 machine. The driver hailing out of Mount Airy, North Carolina. It's going to be Benji Hicks. Starting in 9th in the number 11 machine, it's going to be Michael Chilton. And now, race fans, your top 8 starters. They call him the high side tickler, Kyle Strickler in the number 8 machine in an AK Race Cars. Number 8 entry, Cat Industrial Incorporated, WL Marion Plumbing, G-Style Transportation, LLC, SRI, on the number 8 machine. That is a AK Race Cars entry for Kyle Strickler. Inside row number 4, hailing out of York, South Carolina, number 79 entry. It is going to be Jeremy Steele in that H&H Auto Sales Hicks Motorsports 79, owned by Billy Hicks. Starting in 6th, it's going to be the 16, the driver out of Campbellsville, Kentucky, Justin Ratliff. Starting in 5th, in the 126 machine, rolling off in the Masterbuilt chassis, the driver to Rogersville, Tennessee. Bush Forestry Management on that entry for Loudy as he works over in turn number 3 and 4. Going to give these drivers a few laps, get a little heat here. Work in and roll this racing surface. Bigfoot Enterprises on that Masterbuilt chassis for Cade Loudy. Starting in the 4th position, the driver in the Nichols Plumbing Longhorn Tap 3, also on the side of his ride, Clay Hood Construction. Also, Upstate Land Management. It is Kid Quick, Zach Mitchell. Starting in 3rd on the 2nd row inside out of Winfield, Tennessee. In the 57M, it's going to be Cameron Marler. Get them 2 by 2, pull them tight, give them a couple of laps here. Coming 1 to go here at the flag stand. Carl Properties, Delco Equipment, Clements Power Plant there for Cameron Marler, the driver out of Winfield, Tennessee. And now, race fans, will introduce you to your front row here tonight. In the 157, it's going to be the driver out of Winfield, Tennessee, Mike Marler. And to his inside in the Atlanta Paving and Grading Longhorn Cadillac Ranch, Boswell on number 10 machine, Garrett Smith. They're going to go 2 by 2 down into turn number 3 and 4. And we'll look to bring them to life. Green flag in the air for the Spring National Tour here at Ponderosa down into turn number 1. Field now working their way around the back straightaway and into turn number 3. And the battle is on. Lap number 1 in the books. Garrett Smith with a race lead. He'll work down the back straightaway. The 157 machine of Mike Marler riding in 2nd. The 57 of Kid Quick Zach Mitchell riding in 3rd. Then it's going to be Cameron Marler, followed by Justin Ratliff there in the 16. Lap number 3 now in the books. Still Garrett Smith with about the same advantage. Give him about 3, make it 4 car lengths. They work into turn number 3 and 4. Open wheel modifieds and crate late models. Your main events are going to be coming up after the 40-lap conclusion here for the Schaefer's Oil Spring National Tour. Presented by Coleman Farms and fueled by BP Racing Fuels. Marler in 2nd, Mitchell in 3rd. 3-car breakaway up front, battle for 4th. Cameron Marler up on the top side, the 16 machine of Justin Ratliff, trying to stalk his way towards that 4th position. Lap traffic going to be a factor here in a hurry for the race leaders. Alex Vance in that number 95 machine of 14 of Logan Walls. Only a few car lengths in front of Smith. Garrett Smith in the 10 machine, working through turn number 3 and 4. The 157 of Marler is there. He is closing in on the 10 machine. Mitchell riding in 3rd. Then it's Cameron Marler. Ratliff riding in the 6th position is Kyle Strickler and Benji Hicks in 7th. 8th is Cade Loudy. 9th is going to be Jeremy Steele. Michael Chilton going to be in 10th as they battle back through the field. But the top 2 are getting ready to tango as here comes Marler. Marler looking to the top side, slides across the nose. Marler, crossover, he'll go to the race lead down into turn number 1. Mike Marler looking to pull away now from Garrett Smith, but now he's buried and mired in lap traffic. Marler with a slider, he'll work around the 14 of Walls. Slider for 2nd, here comes Mitchell back. Mitchell in that 50 57 machine now to second. He's trying to give chase on Mike Marler. Flat on the 95 machine of Alex Vance. He'll dive down into the infield, and the caution is going to fly. So a left rear flat reported by our officials. And all the 10 machine is in as well with a flat left rear also for Garrett Smith. So Alex Vance, looks like his tires are up. We were hearing officials saying flat left rear, but it is Garrett Smith with the flat left rear. It may have been going down the last few laps. We've seen Mitchell get by him. Mitchell in that Upstate Land Management number 57 machine now going to that second position. Alex Vance going to work his way back out onto the Speedway. The Atlanta Paving and Grading Longhorn, the crew working feverishly on the left front. Here comes the Impact back in to try to get the lugs tight on Smith's machine as they continue to work in the hot pit area. So Mike Marler, your race leader. Zach Mitchell, then it's going to be Cameron Marler. Breaking into the top 5 for the first time here tonight in that AK Race Cars number 8 machine. It's going to be Kyle Strickler. Garrett Smith, the current points leader, with problems on the left rear. The tire changed, but now that means he'll have to go from the front of the field. Was running right there in the top 3 most of this event. Now he'll go to the tail and have to work his way back up through. Of course, as long as the 10 machine can salvage a great weekend, he'll be in great shape heading into that final 3 events coming up towards the end of May, where we'll go to Sugar Creek, North Georgia Speedway, and then Duck River to close out the Schaefer's Oil Spring National Tour, where Garrett Smith looks to become a 2-time champion of the series. Drivers being told to choose up behind the race leader, Mike Marler. A Winfield, Tennessee native, going to be solo in row number 1. Mesita Valley Transportation on that entry. Also Cam Am also on that entry as well. Delk Equipment. Cameron Marler in row number 2. Kid Quick, Zach Mitchell inside that second row, and we'll bring them to life. Green flag in the air. Can-Am Auto Source on the nose of that entry. Marler up, gonna kiss the wall a little bit. Does Cameron Marler. It's gonna open the door now for Kyle Strickler. Strickler now on the bottom of that AK race car. He'll work past Marler. A little bit of deck damage on the right side of that entry for Cameron Marler as they continue to battle. It's a hornet's nest behind them. Jeremy Steele, he is losing positions left and right as David Webb now looks to his inside. Webb to the bottom. Steele on the 79 machine up on the top side. Michael Chilton in the mix as well. But out front, it is still Mike Marler, your race leader. He leads over Zach Mitchell. Justin Ratliff, Kyle Strickler, Cameron Marler, Cade Loudy, Benji Hicks, they're your top 7. The battle, highly contested back through the field, is still Jeremy Steele and David Webb. Also Jason Jamison. Now throw Garrett Smith and Jake O'Neill in the mix. 5 cars under a blanket, and Webb has a problem down the back straightaway. Contact with it looks like the 12 machine of Jamison. There is a part on the back straightaway that came out of underneath the 13 of Webb. A couple of drivers taking evasive action back here when Webb slowed in front of that gaggle of cars. Right rear flat. Heavy sustained deck damage there for David Webb as he pulls in front of the Schaefer's Oil Spring National Tour officials in the hot pit area. Field coming to a stop. In turn number 1 and 2, Jake O'Neill in the Zero machine headed down into the infield to the attention of his crew as well. Officials picking that debris up on the back straightaway, tossing it over the back straightaway wall. Drivers being told, of course, go below the four-wheeler. 16 laps in the books, 4 laps away from halfway. Open wheel modifieds. Be ready, open wheel modifieds, Crate Lake models. And then, of course, Crown Vics will cap off the night here at Ponderosa. We'll head tomorrow about an hour down the road to Lake Cumberland Speedway. Johnny Wheeler Memorial going to take place over there tomorrow night. Garrett Smith looking to get some of that damaged worked on the 10 machine. He's got a little damage on the right side near the rear quarter panel that's going to be worked on by one of our officials. Jake O'Neill going to dive back out onto the speedway and rejoin the field. The 14 machine of Logan Walls. We're going to see if he is going to make it back into the pit area here, and we believe that's what he is waiting on. David Webb, we know he is headed towards the pits. He's done for the night. So Logan Wall is going to head out of the building as well. He'll call it a night. David Webb also going to do the same as the field starts to dwindle here. JR Motor Sales. JRR Motor Sales there at 4. Jameson, as he was getting checked out by our officials here on the front straightaway. A couple of drivers a little worse for wear when it comes to the sheet metal department. The 157 of Mike Marler with the race lead. Can he pull away from the rest of the field in this one? Can-Am Auto Salvage, Delco Equipment, the Longhorn underneath the driver from Winfield, Tennessee. Field now going to choose up behind Marler. Mitchell going to take the inside. Justin Ratliff going to choose the outside. Strickler going to take the bottom. Cameron Marler going to take the top side. Louding goes to the bottom as well, as they'll go 2 by 2. And we'll look for the field now to double up all the way through. The lights will be extinguished around Ponderosa Speedway. Down into turn number 3 and 4. Mike Marlin, the 157 gas pedal back to the floorboard. Green is in the air. Upstate Land Management, Nichols Plumbing, tap 3 on that 57 machine for Kid Quick. Zach Mitchell in second. Caution is going to fly. Caution on the 16 machine. Justin Ratliff going to dive down into the infield area. Ratliff been running there in the top 3. And they're looking towards the back of that machine to see, of course, problem may be. Got an official checking also in turn number 3 and 4. Had a slight report of possible debris over there, so we've got an official working around while, of course, the work continues on Justin Ratliff's machine there in the infield in the hot pit. Ratliff's crew putting a tire on the right rear of that machine. Mike Moyler, Zach Mitchell, Kyle Strickler there in third. A great run for Strickler. The 16 machine of Ratliff going to rejoin the field with that brand new right rear. Still plenty of time for him to charge back up through the field and get a top 5 out of tonight. Drivers being told to choose behind the race leader. Marler, Strickler, Mitchell, Cameron Marler, Hicks on the outside, green flag, back in the air. Mike Marler going to take him down into turn number 1. Zach Mitchell going to follow right behind him in the tire tracks. Kyle Strickler, Cameron Marler, the sparks are going to fly off the 55 machine of Benji Hicks. Justin Ratliff back down into the infield. Caution is out. The drive shaft is in turn number 1 and 2. And somebody just ran it over and threw it up against the wall, but that's the 16's drive shaft, and that's the caution flag. As Justin Ratliff's 9 is done. So Ratliff, of course, continued problems for that entry. Getting the brand new right rear, was looking to charge through the field was what he was hoping for. Not going to be the case. The drive shaft, you see it in our official's hand down at turn number 1 and 2. A couple of drivers, of course, running it over as well and slinging it up towards the turn 1 wall. So we're going to re-rack and re-stack the field. Still 2 laps away from halfway. Jack Franklin in the 12 machine discussing things with officials down in the infield, trying to find his proper position in the lineup. Still on the lead lap. So 14 cars, it looks like, left on the racing surface. A couple of these drivers just hoping to hold on to the end and have a good night in the points. And maybe a good finish as well. Get a little bit of change in their pocket. 2 by 2, they're going to rack them. They're going to stack them. They'll go side by side down the back straightaway. The 157 machine of Marler's going to bring them back to life off of turn number 3 and 4. Benji Hicks continues to try to work that high side. And that Coleman Farms number 55 VP Racing Field double nickel chassis. He is all over that AK Race Cars entry there for Kyle Strickler. Oh, Cameron Marler into the wall. He collects Loudy. Cade Loudy destroyed on the right side. Marler destroyed as well towards the back of that machine. The 57 of Cameron Marler climbed the wall, caught the berm. Loudy with nowhere to go. He's headed pit side, the right side, tore up from the floor up on that Masterbuilt. WL Marion Plumbing on that 8 machine and that AK race car entry. Austin Patrick race car. Marler in that 57 machine making the dreaded right-hand turn with damage on that entry. Also looks like maybe the rear end shifted a little bit on that entry. We'll see if he's able to work his way back out. Open wheel modifieds. Open wheel modifieds. Crate Lake models be making your adjustments. We'll, of course, have our post-race ceremonies here on the front straightaway. Field now going to choose up behind Mike Marler. Marler in the 157, green flag in the air. Mitchell on the bottom. Strickler up on the top side. Strickler, he's been going to the bottom here on these last couple of restarts, but he chose the outside that time by. Here comes Michael Chilton, shot out of a cannon. Garrett Smith now on the bottom. He tries to work his way up through the field. Sparks flying off the 55 machine of Hicks. He'll get into the wall a little bit. That last time by, Chilton going to get by Hicks now as they battle for 4th. 2nd and 3rd starting to spread themselves away from that battle for 4th as Hicks dives back to the inside of Chilton. They're still side by side. Jake O'Neill and Garrett Smith now. Those two drivers looking to join the... Oh, Hicks into the wall. He'll straighten him back up. Bouncing off of him was a zero machine of Jake Neal. What a save by Benji Hicks. Michael Chilton out of 4th. Garrett Smith to 5th. Hicks still coming after it. Letting it all hang out for that 55, the Mount Airy, North Carolina native. Jeremy still going to try to work by Hicks. The 12 machine of Jamison. Riding behind Hicks, then it's Alex Vance and Jack Franklin, the rest of your field. Still out front, dominating this one so far is the 157 machine of Mike Marler. He was able to work past Garrett Smith to take the lead. Then Smith had problems only a few laps later. Had to go to the tail of the field with a brand new tire being put on down in the hot pit, and Garrett Smith has worked his way back into the top 5. Smith continuing to chase that 2nd championship and continuing to get closer. He comes out of this weekend basically with 2 top 5s. He will set himself up for pretty much a great chance at a back-to-back championship for the spring national portion of the Schaefer's Oil Tour. Battle for the 6th position starting to take shape. Jake O'Neill in 6th, followed now closely by the number 79 machine of Jeremy Steele. Then Benji Hicks The race leader, Mike Marlar, starting to close in on some of the tail end traffic over in turn number 3 and 4. Franklin on the bottom. Marlar going up that time and bouncing off the wall. A little bit of sparks off the 157 machine. Zach Mitchell in the 57. In second, Kyle Strickler there in third. Michael Chilton in fourth. Garrett Smith, your top 5. Franklin now on the Longhorn, feeling the pressure. Here comes the Longhorn of Marlar to the outside. He'll go to the top side, looking to put the 12 machine of Franklin to lap down. He will go a lap down to the race leader. Mike Marlar going to click off. Lap number 31, 9 laps to go. Zach Mitchell in second, Kyle Strickler in the third position. Mitchell now going to work by Franklin. Next up on the race leader's hit list, it is going to be the 55 machine there of Benji Hicks. Alex Vance pulling his number 95 into the infield area and calling it a night. 33 laps down, coming to 34 this time. Hicks trying to stay on the lead lap. Marlar with a slider right across the nose. Marlar going to put Benji Hicks now down a lap. He'll set his sights on the number 12 machine of Jamison. Jamison running that high line. Marlar, a couple of car lengths behind. He can almost put it on cruise control here with 5 laps to go. 35 in the books, 40 the distance. Almost a full straightaway now back to Zach Mitchell in that Upstate Land Management Nichols Plumbing entry. Delk equipment on that Longhorn chassis for Marlar's. He works now closer and closer to that 12 machine up for Jamison. Jake O'Neill also there as well. O'Neill may be able to stay on the lead lap before this one ends as we come down to 3 laps to go. Flagman getting the popsicle sticks ready. Marlar now down the back straightaway. He'll go to the inside of Jamison. He'll put him a lap down. We'll see 2 to go. Marlar looking to choose a flavor, and he does that time by. He'll look for the white flag next time. Marlar in dominant fashion here this evening. Looking to close this one out. He'll see the white flag. A distant second is Zach Mitchell as he is still trying to put the 55 of Hicks a lap down, but down into turn number 3 and 4 for the final time. Out of Winfield, Tennessee, it's going to be Mike Marlar, your winner at Ponderosa for the Spring National Tour. I want to thank, of course, Schaefer's Oil, Coleman Farms, VP Racing Fuel. Zach Mitchell going to finish in second. Third will go to Kyle Strickler, Michael Chilton, and Garrett Smith with a great recovery there to 5th. masterfully for this 40-lap finish.
It's a little harder on tires than I don't know about Zach, but definitely Garrett. So Garrett to cook mine, go back to him and get by him, and he might have been having a problem when I got by him. I'm not sure, but it's fun racing with him while it lasted, and I think he had a flat or something. So it was definitely a lot going on there.
He was able to slide some of the lap traffic there. Of course, you'll head to Lake Cumberland tomorrow as well, a place you're super familiar with, and look to cash in on a $10,000 payday as well.
Yeah, we awesome to get a. My week really didn't look like I was going to get to come here, and in Lake Cumberland I was looking for. It looked so bad up there. I made a decision just to stay home and do these, and it's it's fun tonight and paid off. The decision's been a good decision so far for sure. But yeah, Lake Cumberland tomorrow, and I think my race car up, and I want to see Ronnie Delk, for everything he does. Well, helping us tonight, and Bernie and Butter and just everybody here. So got to thank Ronnie Delk, for giving me a good car. Clement's engine here tonight. I got Olin Shocks, Longhorn Dynamics, really been working on that program, and I keep faster every time. So I think we've really been running them a lot lately, and the car's been really fast. So I'm really happy with where we are there. Joe and Matt and everybody down at Dynamics really has done a lot to help me this year. So I really appreciate them guys, and I always thank my buddies down at PM. They help me a lot, with ideas I want to try and brackets, water jet, and this and that. So they do a lot for me. But Langenfelder Mechanical, Can-Am Craig, our buddy here, Petroff Towing, Royal Jones. Hope Royal's watching tonight. Mesilla Valley Transportation, such a key part of our deal. So just hope I'm not forgetting anybody. Like to say, have a good shout out to Mark Langenfelder. I hope he's watching. Fun night for him.
Kid Quick, Zach Mitchell, a runner-up finish here tonight in Kentucky. Zach, what did you need to be a little bit faster to get closer towards Mikey there in the last few laps?
I don't know. We fell way off after that last caution, but I guess they had harder tires on than we did, and we just went soft. But I felt really good there in the short runs. It's just the long runs just killed us. But we'll take it. Made a little bit of money, put a little money in our pocket. So got to do something to fix all the stuff I tore up qualifying. But I got to give a shout out to Brina and Bennett, Cameron and Colt back at home watching. Y'all might be in the bed by now, but we'll get this thing buttoned back up, and we'll head on over to Lake Cumberland tomorrow. I got to thank all my sponsors on this thing: Crescent Moon Pools, Nichols Plumbing, Tap 3, Graphics Inc. They provide us with a sharp hot rod week in, week out. Bill Steen, Longhorn, Clements, Mark Tudor. I always forget to thank Mark. My wife always gives me hell about it, but I got to thank him. Just everybody that's part of this thing, man. I couldn't do it without each and every one of them. I know I'm probably leaving one out. Daniel Williams, just everybody you see on the race car. I promise you I could not get up and down the road without them. But I got to thank my dad and Mike for busting their ass all week long and fixing my screw-ups. So, but yeah, like I said, we'll take it, and we'll see if we can get one more better tomorrow at Lake Cumberland. Congrats to Mikey on the win. Strickler on third, and just glad we can come out of here with one race car.
Finishing second here tonight, Kid Quick, Zach Mitchell. Gonna slide in here with Kyle Strickler. Kyle, great run for you here tonight. Final spot on the podium. Good race car, clean looking race car, unlike some of our drivers who have a lot of sheet metal damage to fix tomorrow as they'll get to Lake Cumberland or either tonight in the pits. But what'd you think about Ponderosa and the run here this evening?
Yes.
defend your final spot on the podium here tonight. For the Schaefer's Oil Spring National Tour, Kyle Strickler. We'll look to see you tomorrow night over in Burnside, Kentucky at Lake Cumberland Speedway for the Johnny Wheeler Memorial.
Here we go with open wheel modified action. On your pole in the 10 machine out of Buffalo, Kentucky, it's flying Brian Barber into his outside the 424 of Tommy Carlton out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Well, they're set to bring on the green. Here we go. Brian Barber, Tommy Carlton. Here comes Harmon down to the inside. They'll battle down the back straightaway. The 28 machine of Lucas Pace, wheeling and dealing. He's up to third. But Brian Barber has the advantage by about 3 car lengths. Ben Harmon, Pace, Carlton, and Cochran, your top 5 so far. Drew Nolly making some gains in the 7 machine. He just got 2 for the price of 1 down in turns 1 and 2. He's up to 5th. But Brian Barber picking them up, putting them down 3 down, 17 to go. Ben Harmon trying to stay with the 10 machine. Nolly says, give me more. He went from 6th to 3rd in a lap and a half. 4th, not 3rd. But Brian Barber gonna get on the brakes. Ben Harmon riding behind him, but Barber looks like the guy to beat here tonight. Cochran and Carlton battle down the back straightaway. But Barber through the middle. Harmon up top. Everybody's starting to space themselves out. Brian Barber 6 down, 14 to go. He's going to have to endure some lap traffic here in just a couple of laps if we stay green. Kenneth Clemens going to be the first to go a lap down. Everybody's starting to space out. 13 laps to go. Barber to the back of Clemens. It's going to hold him up. Harmon. This is just what he wanted. Clemens. Rosenbaum and Barber make contact down on the bottom, but Brian Barber gets by him, forcing the issue. Harmon, Rosenbaum. Harmon gets around him with ease. He's gained a little bit on Barber, but still got a long ways to go. Harmon going to try the top side through 3 and 4. But Barber right around the tires. Harmon wheeling and drilling, trying to get to him. And he's got the fishing pole out. It looks like he's reeling him in. Barber's going to go down to the bottom. What will Harmon do to get around the 44 of Kelsey? He's going to dive it in on the bottom. He'll get around him. Brian Barber, next car to put down a lap will be Wildman Calvin Carlton, but he's got a couple laps before that. Nolly up to the 3rd position. He is moving that driver out of Campbellsville, Kentucky. And caution is out for the 44 machine. J.R. Kelsey plowing the turn 4 retaining wall, and that brings out the first caution of the race. 12 laps down, 8 to go. Brian Barber setting the pace, showing the way. Ben Harmon, Drew Nolly. And watch Adam Ogle out of Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Had to start in the back of the heat race as a late entry. Docked 2 spots for restarting before he got to the flag stand. But your lineup right now, Brian Barber's led all 12. Harmon sitting in 2nd. Drew Nolly moving up from 7th to 3rd. Adam Ogle making gains. Once again, Barber and Harmon, a couple of bandit race cars at the front of this one. Drew Nolly rides 3rd. Lucas Pace. There's still 8 laps to go. Crate Late Models be making your way to the staging lane. Your feature event is next. And Ben Harmon says, I'll take the top side. That'll put Nolly on the bottom. Pace to the outside. Adam Ogle on the bottom. So on and so forth. 2 by 2. Brian Barber gets the front row all to himself. Who will it be? Brian Barber, Ben Harmon, Drew Nolly. Watch Ogle in that 4th position. Here we go. 8 to go. Does anybody have anything for Brian Barber at the front of this one? Harmon running the top side. He'll get back out in front of Nolly. Pace and Ogle battle for the 4th position. Throwing it in there. Ogle to the inside of Nolly. Harmon, high, wide, and handsome. 7 laps to go. Harmon searching around the top side. Ogle making moves on Drew Nolly. He'll go to the bottom side by side for the 3rd position. Nolly's got it, but not by much. Harmon has got that right rear up in the fluff, searching for whatever he can find. He is flirting with disaster. Ogle and Nolly side by side around the bottom of the racetrack. Harmon gets up, almost grabs a piece of concrete, brings it back down. Wheeling and dealing, trying to stay with the 10 machine. Ogle to the inside of Nolly. They make contact, beating and banging off of 4. Dead even at the line. Ogle's got it. But Brian Barber in the Bandit race car out of Buffalo, Kentucky. 17 down, just 3 to go. Does Harmon have anything left in the tank? He's running out of time. 2 to go for the driver out of Buffalo, Kentucky. He's got to maneuver one lap car, and that might do it. He's going to go to the inside of Rosenbaum. Close call there, but white flags in the air for the Tin Machine. He'll go down through turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway for the final time. Your winner of your open wheel modified portion of the John Bradshaw Memorial. Gonna go to Flying Brian Barber out of Buffalo, Kentucky. Second goes to Harmon. Adam Ogle, Drew Nolly, Pace, Cochran, so on and so forth through the field. Once again, fifth goes to the 28B of Pace, fourth to the 7 of Drew Nolly, third to the 26 of Adam Ogle, second to the 1H of Ben Harmon, and your winner out of Buffalo, Kentucky in the Bandit race car. Give it up for the 10 of Brian Barber.
Everybody put your hands together for the night's A modified feature winner, Brian Barber. All right, Brian, who would you like to thank on this ordeal tonight?
I need to thank Lincoln Parkway Service Center, CMC Engineering, Bandit Race Cars, BFT Logistics, Terry Gibson Supplies, I don't want to miss anybody, Slicker, Walters Farms, CNR Parkway Pallets, American Racer, Fox Shocks. Thank you guys for coming out and staying.
Once again, put your hands together for tonight's A modified feature winner, Brian Barber.
Once again, congratulations to Brian Barber on the victory. Here we go with great late model action. 23 signed in here tonight. Here we go on your pole in the 28P out of Junction City, Kentucky. Zane Powell looking to defend his home territory to his outside. Also out of Junction City, Kentucky in the 35 Hot Rod, Todd Kaufman. Moving back to row number 2, starting third. Also out of Junction City, Kentucky, the 14 Mr. Excitement, Logan Walls. And to his outside, the SC4 of Shane Crane. Roman Wesley and Caleb Todd make up row number 3. Row number 4 has Jamestown, Tennessee's Jared Delk and Camelsville, Kentucky's Jeff Watson. Row 5, Daniel Dial and Josh Hampton. And here we go. Zane Powell, Todd Kaufman set to bring them to green. A couple Junction City boys on the front row. Here we go. They'll go side by side down into 1 and 2. Kaufman up as high as he can go. Powell down on the bottom, side by side. They'll beat bang into 3 and 4. Powell down low, but Todd Kaufman on the outside's got it. Todd Kaufman gonna ride through 1 and 2. Powell stays with him. Here comes Roman Wesley and Logan Walls battling for the 3rd position. 3 wide back in the pack, battles all over the racetrack. But Todd Kaufman's gonna lead them down through 1 and 2. Logan Walls gonna motor his machine around Roman Wesley. Todd Kaufman leading them. Zane Powell trying to stay with him. Logan Walls in 3rd. Caleb Todd gonna look to go around Shane Crane. There for the 6th position. They're side by side, battling back there in the pack. Taylor Thompson going to be the first car to go a lap down. Kaufman's going to go to the bottom and dispose of the Greensburg, Kentucky driver. But he's got a hornet's nest in front of him if we stay green. Powell to the bottom. Wall's going to try to get around Thompson as well. And a hornet's nest in front of the 35 of Todd Kaufman. He's going to have to put the lap traffic test as he gets to the back of the field. He's going to have to dispose of McInnes, and never mind, caution flag in the air. Todd Kaufman wanted to see that one. And caution flag is out. 6 down. Still 14 to go. Hot Rod Todd Kaufman in the 35 machine leads the field. Zane Powell rides in a close second. Logan Walls, Roman Wesley, and the 15 of Caleb Todd, your top 5. Shane Crane, Jared Delk, Jeff Watson, Elliot Despain, and Josh Hampton, your top 10. Still 14 to go. Gary McGinnis going to attend to the track officials here on the front straightaway. Todd Kaufman, Zane Powell, Logan Walls. All of the local guys right out of Junction City, Kentucky. Trying to get the lineup set here and ready. Crown Vics be making your final preparations and heading to staging. Crown Vics, all 14 of you, you are next. Got a full field of crate late models, only one out of the party, and that is Josh Vineyard. But the 35 machine of Todd Kaufman, Zane Powell, Logan Walls, Roman Wesley, and Caleb Todd, your top 5. Todd Kaufman and Zane Powell takes the bottom. That puts Logan Walls on the top. Roman Wesley on the bottom. Watch the throttle masher of Caleb Todd in that white 15 machine. And he'll show him the one to go. Got some great cars at the front of this one. Who's going to take it home? 6 down, still 14 to go. The Crate late models always show up and show out here at the pond. And here we go. Kaufman going to bring them to green. He'll fire anywhere in 3 and 4, and we are on the loud pedal. We are green. Good start for Zane Powell. Logan Walls did not get a very good start. Wesley, here comes Zane Powell. He's right at the quarter panel of the Todd Kaufman 35 machine. He'll throw it down on the bottom side by side. Zane Powell is there, but Kaufman still got it. Zane Powell and caution flag as we got a pile up off of 4. And clean up in aisle 4. 3 of them stacking them up down there. And Zane Powell in the 28P. Look no further, but that driver was coming for Todd Kaufman right there at the door of the 35 machine as they was going down the back straightaway. So Roman Wesley going to get around Logan Walls on that restart. That'll put him in the 3rd position. And with the Delaware double file restart, that's going to put him up a row because the 35 machine gets the front all to himself. Perks of being in the lead. Hot Rod Todd Kaufman. Zane Powell chooses the bottom once again. That's going to put Wesley to the outside. Walls, Todd, Crane, Delk, Watson, and Despain. And the flagman gonna stick the green flag up in the air. 1 to go. Still 13 left in the race. Who's gonna get it done? Kaufman's led all 7, but it ain't been by a large margin. Here we go. Todd Kaufman on the loud pedal. Zane Powell with another great start. They'll go down into 1 and 2. Wesley up high. He's going to have to get on the binders. Here comes Walls back for the 3rd position. But look no further. Zane Powell is on the move. He's to the inside of Kaufman. Side by side, Kaufman still got it. Zane Powell as low as he can go. Hunting down the 35 machine. And Josh Hampton, Caden Jones, Michael Wallen, and Andrew Collins all stop down in turn number 2. Hampton went around there. Everybody else just kind of collected. Hampton was running around the 8th position at the time of that caution. The J1 of Caden Jones getting involved in both of those cautions. Tough break for that driver. Todd Kaufman still leads over Powell and Walls back up to the third position. Going to get Michael Wallen down off of the top of turn number 2, and we'll get back to racing action. 8 down, 12 to go. Crown Vics be making your way to stage, and you are the final event of the night here for the John Bradshaw Memorial. Who will join Mike Marler and Brian Barber in the win column here tonight? Going to take just a second to get the 114 of Michael Wallen off the top of turn number 2. The J1 of Caden Jones looks like he's calling it quits for the night. Well, maybe not. As soon as I say that, here he comes back onto the racing surface. He's trying. Looks like Hampton gonna call it a night. Was scheduled to start on the front row of the modified main event. Won a heat race, and a motor mount on that machine was broken, so he had to scratch for the night. And we are rolling. Hot Rod Todd Kaufman out to the advantage. Insane Zane Powell and Mr. Excitement. Some good nicknames at the front of this great late model feature event for the John Bradshaw Memorial. Here we go. We're going to get single file. Get these drivers in Delaware double. Zane Powell going to go to the bottom. That's going to put Mr. Excitement on the top. Could we see a replay of the last great feature event here 2 weeks ago? Let me fill you in on what happened 2 weeks ago. Logan Walls charged his way through the field, got to Todd Kaufman, threw a slider with just a few laps to go, threw it on the nose, cleared it, and it was history from there. Can Todd Kaufman redeem himself? Will Logan Walls do it again? Will the 28P spoil the party? We'll find out in 12 laps around the Ponderosa Speedway Here we go. Kaufman can fire anywhere in 3 and 4 after the initial restart. The 35 machine gonna fire where he wants. Here we go. He fires in 3. Green is out. Good start for Powell once more. He's got them starts down to a T. Walls gets high. Here comes Wesley Todd looking to go 3 wide. Walls gets out of that. He'll take third back, but Todd Kaufman leading the charge. Watson, Crane, Delk gonna go 3 wide back in the pack. But Todd Kaufman leads. Zane Powell rides in second. Walls, Wesley, and Todd. Nothing changing in the top 5. 10 down still, 10 to go. Kaufman and Powell both have hot rods here tonight. Will lap traffic play a factor in it like we did last 2 weeks ago? Zane Powell is moving and grooving. He looks like he is gaining on the 35. He'll push up the racetrack that time, but I might have overdrove it down into 1 and 2. Lap traffic coming for the 35 machine. Powell, he's got the fishing pole out. He is reeling him in. Rubel down to the infield. Could we see another late race pass? Where will Kaufman go? I tell you, the 28P is moving. Kaufman gonna throw the slider in there. Powell gonna follow him. Played that perfectly. But the 35 just gonna have 5 to go this time by. It might be all she wrote if he can get around Caden Jones. Jones gonna run through the middle. Where will Kaufman go? He'll have to go under him. And he gets there. Zane Powell pedaling with everything she's got. About 3 car lengths separate those drivers. Gonna have 17 down, 3 to go at the line. Powell's right there. Can he make up any ground? Kaufman's gonna have to get around McGinnis. Powell's right there. 2 car lengths separate them with just 2 laps to go. If Powell's got anything, he's got to go and got to go right now. He pushes atop turn number 2. That might have done it. White flag in the air for Hot Rod Todd Kaufman. He's got to get around McGinnis. He'll go to the bottom. Zane Powell's right there. Does he have a late race pass in him? Down through 3 and 4. Kaufman goes high. Powell goes low. Kaufman catches some concrete. Barely gets it. But Zane Powell gave it a run for his money. But your winner here tonight in the crate portion of the John Bradshaw Memorial, right here out of Junction City, Kentucky. Give it up for Hot Rod Todd Kaufman. Fifth goes to the 11 of Jeff Watson. Fourth to the 8 of Roman Wesley. Third to the 14 of Logan Wallace. Second to the 28P of Zane Powell. And your winner in the 35 machine right here out of Junction City, Kentucky. Give it up for Hot Rod Todd Kaufman.
put your hands together for tonight's great late model feature winner, Todd Kaufman. Todd, who would you like to take on this deal tonight?
First off, I'd like to thank the car owner, Brittany Kaufman. She gave me a hell of a piece, and, you know, my kids and Austin's been helping me a lot. Garrett, you know, Josh. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done this, 5 years or so. Man, I got an awesome piece off of Tyler McGowan. Give him a shout out because it's a nice piece for sure on that. And man, I just like to thank all the fans and glad to come back out here and like I used to be.
Looks like he hasn't lost his touch. Put your hands back together. Todd Kaufman, great late model feature winner.
And your final feature event of the night, Crown Vics, 15 signed in here tonight. On your pole in the 91 out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky, Jacob Robertson, and to his outside, the C8 of Jimmy Crabtree. Moving back, row number 2, the 98 of Trace Wilson out of Versailles. He's picked up a win already here at the Ponderosa Speedway. And to his outside, the 8B of Richard Bloyd Jr. Starting 5th, Peyton Whitsett in the 60 machine. And to his outside, David Lucas. Starting 7th, the 94 of Brian Whelan, and to his outside, Brandon DeMar. Row number 5 is the 15 of Bailey Corals and the 12 of Dalton Lucas. Moving back to row number 6, the 24G of Jamison Gibson, and to his outside, Butch Phillips in the 21 machine. Braden Shelton in the 24S and Austin Taylor make up row 7. And starting shotgun on your field, the 77 of Coalfields. That is your 15-car starting field, going 15 laps. Car per lap. Jacob Robertson came down here 2 weeks ago. Got into a little scuffle with the 98 machine. Just a racing deal in the heat race. Both of those drivers battling for position. He's starting on the pole and looking to pick up the victory, but the C8 Jimmy Crabtree always quick on the outside. Trace Wilson, Bloyd Jr., watch those two. Watch Brian Whelan back in the field. We got a good field of Crown Vics, and here we go off of 4. Robinson on fire in the start zone. We are green. Good start for the 91. Trace Wilson's got a good head of steam on the bottom. He's looking to the inside of Crabtree. They go 3 wide. They might have made some contact, but we are green. Richard Bloyd Jr. up on the top. Robertson, Crabtree, Bloyd, Wilson. You can throw a blanket over the top 4, but Robertson's going to lead lap number 1. Crabtree rides in second. Wilson and Bloyd make some contact. David Lucas in the 81 having a good run. But Robertson's got it over Crabtree. Wilson rising a comfortable third. Bloyd taking it up to the top side, flirting with disaster. Crabtree gets a little loose coming off of 2. He'll lose some ground. Jacob Robertson, 4 down, still 11 to go. Crabtree trying to stay with him. Robertson as low as he can go. Crabtree gonna ride the top side momentum. Wilson and Bloyd. And David Lucas having a good run, riding in 5th. Whitset to his inside, side by side. But Crabtree doing all he can to chase down the 91 of Robertson. He closes in a little bit as they come off of 4. 6 down, 9 to go. Robertson gets a little loose. Here comes Crabtree. Wilson waiting in the wings. Looks like Crabtree's driving it in just a little harder, and it might be working. 7 down. And if we stay green, it's going to be a battle in lap traffic. Here comes Wilson. He wants to throw his name into the mix. 8 down. Still 7 to go. As James Essex would say, PSG. Crabtree, Robertson, Wilson. Who's going to do it? They all wheel and deal off of turn 4. 9 down, still 6 to go. And look at the hornet's nest in front of them. One's going to call his night early. Whelan and Taylor battle back in the pack. Where does Robertson go? Whelan's right in his line of action. Robertson going to go to the top. Dive down to the bottom. Crabtree going to follow him. Wilson's fell back just a little bit. Does Crabtree have anything for the 91? He's a line higher with 4 laps to go. He'll go down through the middle. He's all over the back bumper. The 91 going to go to the outside of Taylor. Throwing it on the top. So will Crabtree. Robertson might have just won the race right there. Crabtree goes down to the bottom as well. He is all over the back bumper. Might have gave him a little nudge. And we're coming to 2 to go. He's got a clean track in front of him. Does Crabtree have anything for him? 2 to go at the line. If he's going to make a move, he's got to go now, because as he comes through 3 and 4, he's going to get the white flag. Crabtree, high as he can go off of 4. White flags in the air for the 91 machine. Crabtree going to throw it in on the top. Give it one last effort. The 91 machine through the middle. And your winner looks like it's going to be Jacob Robertson over Jimmy Crabtree, Trace Wilson, Richard Bloyd Jr., and Whitseth. But once again, give it up for the 91 out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Your winner in the Crown Vics here tonight, Jacob Robertson. Want to thank all you fans for coming out to the Ponderosa Speedway here tonight, supporting us.
Put your hands together tonight. Crown Vic feature winner, Jacob Robertson. Tell us who all you'd like to thank on this deal.
I got to thank my dad. You know, if it wasn't for him, we'd probably never got this car back together. I got to thank Michael Kramer for pulling the frame after that wreck a couple weeks ago. I got to thank the Porter brothers for always going everywhere with me to help. You know, I got to thank James Jones, Homes Remodeling, Burkhead Overhead Doors, Johnson & Son Collision Repair, Merle Bierman Excavating, Ty Romeo Builder, A1 Transmission, Derby City Recycling, Bullitt County Supermarket, Greg Drain and Sewer and Drain Cleaning. And yeah, everybody that gets me here, you know, I couldn't do it without them.
Once again, tonight's Crown Vic feature winner, Jacob Robertson.